Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Coffee. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and no, Chris, it is not Thursday already. Unless that helps you get something done for a deadline. It is Tuesday, and that's because I've got several conflicts on Thursday. So Thursday was not going to work for me this week. And Jeremy is saying that I have technical difficulties. And you are going to have to elaborate. So, yes, if I got technical difficulties, you're going to have to let me know what they are because everything looks good on my end. I have data going up. I have sound. I have people in the chat. I have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Frank S., Sorcerer Stan, Retrotech Chris, Jack68K, and I have goodies from Mauser. So I think we can get this power supply back together. It is as soon as I can. Oh yeah. Hi Frank. Right, let's see here. I need to I have a bigger silicon thing I put down on my bench to cut the reflection, and it's not clean, so it's not on my bench. Hopefully if I zoom in a little bit, there we go, maybe it'll correct itself. So I have what should be the power supply with all of the non-capacitor parts reinstalled. Oh, except for the big transistor that is not reinstalled. Okay. So I will have to reinstall that. Let me get these bolts out of the way. I think this holds the transistor in. So, we got the power supply. I've got these capacitors here that I'd ordered previously. Let me see here if I can be successful and not reveal my address. I have, let's see here, 3 different Mauser orders, and I don't remember what's in what. Oh, that's right. So, the third Mauser order is some safety caps that I ordered because I wasn't thinking, and I didn't actually need to order them. Oh well. The second order has transistors in it and rectifiers, but okay, actually, this does have something I need in it. Let's see here if I can. So we'll get to the transistors in a moment, but here are my 400 volt capacitors to install instead of the underrated ones that were originally in those positions. I'll get to the transistors in a moment. Let me see here. Actually, that is another order we'll get to in a moment. And then this last Mauser order, if you'll hold on just a second. Let's see here. Let's see. I think that's blue scuzzy parts, blue scuzzy parts, blue scuzzy parts, power adapter parts, power adapter parts, power adapter parts. I think those are power adapter parts, PC motherboard parts, and blue scuzzy parts. Oh, actually, this entire order needs to be set to the side because this has absolutely nothing for this project in it. That would explain why I had to place other orders. It's amazing when you place an order that has nothing for the project you're working on, that requires you to place another order or two. Actually, if anyone's wondering, it's probably not the biggest secret. If I can find the PCBs that are floating around my workbench that are probably buried. At some point, I am going to... Oh, wait. Oh. There's the safety caps. Oh, yeah, that's a 486 processor. It's a Trident card I think I repaired. Those are linear regulators. Well, let's see here. I seem to... Oh, yeah. More parts for the Kaypro. I don't know where the PCBs went. They are totally buried. Well, they'll resurface. The power adapter is so I can plug a ATX power supply into the 2CI, etc., computers. All right, but we're not going to do that now. So, capacitors and other parts. So, last week, I determined that the transistor Q3, I believe it is, the one that I don't have installed, is defective. Q3 is a... Cue me looking for the browser tab that should still be open, but is not. Of course it's not. Because I apparently closed the browser tab. Oh, laugh all you want, Jeremy. I think I fixed it. Until it fixes me, that is. Okay, I apparently closed the browser tab. Alright. Let me see if I can recently closed tabs. Nope, of course not. Actually, that is one of the tabs I need, and please wait. Let me pull open the... service manual that apparently I closed. ES80 Model 4 service manual. There's a reason why I leave tabs open on this computer, and that is because I usually will come back to them in short order. There we go, PDF. All right, so we have this transistor here. It is transistor Q3. It is the transistor that has B561 on it. I didn't have any transistors on hand to replace it last week. So Thomas Armstrong determined that one potential replacement, because that is a PNP transistor, is the 3906. Therefore, I ordered 3906s from Mauser. Also have some rectifiers that I ordered for some reason. Hopefully I'll remember what those are for in a moment. Also, I believe Thomas also mentioned that he had ordered components from Syracuse Electronics before. So those are some actual replacement parts. And then, because I'd already placed the order for components, I have the NTE cross-reference part for that transistor, and I believe it is NTE 159, that I was able to get Arcade Electronics to ship me a partial on my order. So I have like a whole bunch of NTE parts. Now, which one am I going to use on this board? Well, as tempting as it would be to use the NTE part, because, well, it's cross-reference part. And, of course, as tempting as it would be to use the modern replacement, although I will have to switch the component leads around, as I will demonstrate here momentarily, I am going to see if the actual new old stock parts that are the exact part number, if they are good, I'm going to use one of them. Because actually they also won the race for which would I get first, so let's see if these actually appear to be the... Hey, Rudy, welcome! Let's see if these actually appear to be PNP transistors and appear to be the correct ones. So, I think 5 of these were not a lot on eBay, plus like $9 shipping. So, yes, they are marked B561. So, let's see here. We'll put it in the component tester. And it is a PNP transistor. And it looks like emitter is pin 1. Collector is pin 2. And base is pin 3, which does match the silkscreen on this board. So if you'll notice on Q3, it is emitter, collector, base. And we have emitter, collector, base. So that is the correct pinout. And the chip is also marked B561. So that is testing as a transistor. For anyone that was not watching the live stream last week, to remind you of what the original transistor is doing, it is behaving itself tonight. Oh no, transistor. Oh, it was not doing this last week. Last week it was testing as a diode. Oh no. Maybe this actually wasn't the defective part, because it's actually testing as a transistor now. That is really weird. Well, I'm still going to replace it because it wasn't testing right last week. Okay, weird. Well, there may be more problems in store. Well, I'm going to replace it because it was most certainly testing as a diode Thursday. So I don't trust it. Oh, cool, Rudy. Look forward to that video. All right, so there, this transistor is going to get replaced, whether it likes it or not. There we go, and the transistor's in. Well, okay. And I will set these other ones to the side. Now, of course, I will demonstrate. So these are the modern replacements. And these are the 3906, just if anyone was seeing. They are similar, but if you'll notice, they are emitter base collector, because the base and collector pins are reversed on modern PNP transistors on the current pinout. But you'll notice the HFE and the board voltage are about the same, so these are compatible transistors. They would work totally fine, but I would have to do this number to solder them in. I'd have to do that number and probably put a little heat shrink on the pins here to make sure they didn't short, because I'd have to cross those two pins over. But since I have the direct replacements, that is what I'm going to do. All right. So now that I'm stumped, because the transistor that was not working correctly last week is now working correctly this week, I am now I'm not sure. I'm almost now something I was going to do until I find, or until I wasn't able to get enough of the NTE cross-reference parts. Although maybe I should check what these rectifiers are for. Maybe the rectifiers are the part that I wasn't going to get enough of. I was going to replace all the glass encapsulated components on the board just because I removed them. They're fragile. But that was assuming I got enough to replace them all, because I was hoping the transistor was the problem. But, well, all right, so let me see here. 1N4937. Let me actually see if this is maybe potentially one of the parts. Let me see here if I can find the tab. Unfortunately, so I could see the chat, 1N4937. Nope, not on that list. It's like page 113. Let's see here. That's the PCB parts. That was way too far. That's the video circuit of the TRS-80, or, yep. Alright, so... Alright, I'm looking for the bill of materials for this power supply. If it was the Tandy version... So, the version I have for the Kaypro, or one of the lists I have doesn't have some of the part numbers listed. So 1N4937, 1N... Oh, okay, these must be the rectifiers that'll replace the ones that are on this board. That's right. So let me go to NTE's website here real quick. Let me double check. So if NTE... So I think RGP10B is one of the rectifiers. Whoop, if I can type correctly, which I can't, apparently. So it's RGP10B. RGP10B is an NTE 552. So if I search for 1N4937, NTE 552. Okay, here we go. That's why I ordered these. So these will replace the 3 of the glass rectifiers, D1, D2, and D9. That's why I ordered those. I had to remember. Okay, and then I have some 1N4606s that are on my workbench under a stack of parts. All right, I'll set these to the side. I'm going to need those because if I get the Kaypro to power up, then I will need to fix the keyboard. Ah, amazing. I have 2 Trident video cards on top of things. Let me see here. Those are the fuses, resistors. Here we go. Those are resistors. Those are the bridge rectifiers, resistors. Those are Schottky diodes. Okay, I may end up replacing those. So there's those parts. Okay, there's that. And okay, I'm not going to replace the bridge rectifiers. You know, it would have probably made 2 cents for me to have set these exactly. Where are these from? Oh. Those are. Oh, those are from the Pico Gust build. Okay. Well, then I can set those there. Hold on. Apparently, I had some things slide on my workbench. 1N 4734s. Those are the Zener diode. And I think this is the. Oh, those are bridge rectifiers. Uh-oh. Yes, this is probably a good point where I will mention that I do have a coffee goal that I did slightly update. One thing I could use is maybe a few additional bins so that I could actually put parts in bins so that I am not like constantly shifting things on my workbench every time I need to work on a new project. Plus, I'm like running low on some supplies, so I could use some supplies for building and repairing things. So you can check out the coffee goal in the video description. And as always, I'm glad you're joining, even if that's all you can do. So, thanks for watching. All right. Those are linear regulators. You can always count on the part that you need the most to hide the most. Oh, I found the PCBs I was looking for at the beginning of the stream. There they are. Let's see, those are. Hold on, I think the components I'm looking for fell off of my workbench while I was not down in the basement to hear them fall off the workbench. Because those are. Oh yeah, I'm now digging into the pile of components that are not even for anything I have recently worked on. Yeah, the components I'm looking for fell off the workbench. All right, hold please while I walk around the corner. All right, I'll find them in a moment. They're not where I thought they fell to. Okay. Yes, yeah, if you saw the area to my left, you would see that it's just a collection of all the parts that have landed here. Because I have all the bins on the shelves behind me, but that's like, yeah, I've used all the bins. I could use a few more of them. I could have some bins for like each project, which works until I have more projects in process. But well, bins are good. Okay. Oh, the PCBs, the adapters that I'm going to build. So there we go. Some cute PCBs. I wanted to try the white PCBs with the black solder screen. So these will let you plug in an ATX power supply into a certain Macintosh computers that use the 10-pin power connector. It's got the circuitry required to invert the power signal, because some people would say that Apple did it backwards from ATX, but if you look at the data when ATX came out and the data when Apple released their power supply, I would contend that the ATX standard does it backwards from Apple, because Apple's power supply came first. So the basically the Apple and ATX standard are inverse as to what turns the power supply on. So this has the circuitry needed to invert the power on signal, but otherwise adapts the... So you plug in the ATX power supply there, and then this side has the connector it plugs into the motherboard. So I'm going to build one of these to adapt power supplies. Got a few surface mount components on it. Nothing too bad, though. So that's kind of what some of those parts in the one Mauser order was for, was that circuit board. And then blue scuzzies. So note, the blue scuzzies, they are V2s. They have had the surface mount components done already, though. So I will not be attempting to put those surface mount components on, because if you haven't seen how tiny they are tiny. They're like cute little resistors. I thought I had gray hair before I tried soldering a Pico Gus with its small parts. Yeah. That would be... I would have lots of gray hair after trying to solder the surface mount on a blue scuzzy. And I have seemingly misplaced one of my packages of components. So you will hold on just one more moment while I see what I did with them, because I can do some really creative things with components when given the chance during a live stream. And I'm like, I don't need that, and I put it way far away. And like, I'll put one like totally nowhere near any of the other components that I set aside. At least I did find the fuses, so if I blow a fuse tonight while working on this, I can at least replace the fuses. Rudy says, I have no gray hair because I'm bald, and I will, yes, Rudy, you've got me beat there. Of course, you could have put it the, you could have put it the, not only did my hair turn gray, but I pulled it all out, or something like that. Although that wouldn't be quite true, but yeah. I already lost my hair, turned gray and fell out, or whatever. Yep, I got you beat, because I'm one step past you. So, okay, come on. I know I bought those components. Oh, wait a minute. I think I might have found the pile of components that I was looking for, because I just found some negative, yeah, some linear regulators. And, nope. All right. Okay, I will, of course, either find them momentarily. They probably fell off my workbench, or I set them somewhere creative. So, let's see, where would I have put them? Oh, did I? I didn't put them in this box for some reason, did I? Yeah, I just found a box of other parts from Mauser that maybe I set them inside of. So if you'll hold on just one moment. Logic gates. Let me see what this was a box of components for. Quad state inputs, flip-flops. What in the world did I order all these components for? State ugh. Okay. Battery holders. Oh. Battery holders. High conductance. Fast switching. Diodes. Hold on. This might be why I can't find them. 1N 5817s. I think I might have stuck them in this box. BAT43? Nope. Oh, maybe not. What in the world are these for, though? I don't know. Like a whole box of components. Alright. Oh. Okay, let me check the stack of bags that I tossed on the floor thinking they were all empty. Because... those all appear to be Picogus parts. Okay, those were all Picogus parts. Alright, well, they'll turn up when I least need them. An empty bag of logic gates. Okay, yeah, they'll turn up when I least need them. Oh. I must have, misplaced them. Let's see here. RGP, 1 in 4606, 1 in... Yeah, okay. Well, maybe I've got... Oh, you know, maybe... Well, maybe I do have something that's compatible. Okay. Well, I think I got all the parts in front of me. Let's get started, and I'm sure at some point I'll figure out the, where I stuck that bag. Alright! Alright, so... we gotta put the capacitors in. Gotta put the power transistor in. Kind of did want to replace the glass components. Or at least compare them to a known good one. And... okay, I think there are 2 components I didn't test last week. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm first going to attempt to get these 2 components out here. So I tested this one off stream as well as ordering the Mauser parts, because I just needed to see what it was, and this one tested good, but I have not removed these 2, and I didn't get these out last stream, because with the capacitors in place, they're hard to get to. So, I guess if I'm going to test those, now is as good a time as any. And I actually do have parts that I could replace those with. So, I'm going to just hold the nut in place. And normally for something like this where I got several components held on to a heatsink, I would probably attempt to just remove the entire heatsink. Especially because I have already desoldered most of the pins, but the heatsink is held on in weird and mysterious ways. I sometimes will do that just so I keep which component goes where straight. And sometimes because these parts that are isolated can be a bit difficult to get them lined up again. But I'll give this a test. Yeah, especially because this one's got... oh, fun. This one's got a lock washer behind it. It kind of looks like it has 2. Alright. Now it is going to... actually, it's going to bug me so much about where those parts went that I don't know what I did with them. And I'm probably going to pull my Mauser order open at some point when you at least expect it. And check to see if I actually did order those parts. Oh, wow. There we go. Okay. Actually, that's not a lock washer. All right. So basically, these are dual diodes. They might have another fancier name. Maybe they're could be a, I don't know, a, possibly called a rectifier or something fancy. But basically, they are common cathode diodes. So they're 3-pin. I've already desoldered them. I just didn't remove them. So let's see here. There's one. I believe they have a little pad behind them. I think they're isolated because I think the heat sink is also the cathode. Because on a lot of these TO220 parts, one of the pins is not only on the pin, but is also on the tab. Because sometimes you get a TO220 part and there's only 2 pins and then the tab, and you solder the tab down as the 3rd pin. So I think the other reason why I didn't test these last week, I just realized I thought I'd found the bad part, that PNP transistor. So I think I probably assumed it was unnecessary to test these because I thought I'd found the bad part, but didn't. So, all right, so these will go in the tester, and they should test as a common cathode diode. There you go, 2 diodes. They have roughly the same forward voltage. So that looks good. Because I think that's the other thing about these. They're usually a matched pair. Although, given what they're probably doing in this circuit, I don't know if the matched part of it is necessarily important. But I think it would be important for this power supply rectifying the voltage to have them both being operational. Because I think what these are doing, if I'd look at the schematic, they are probably on some circuit that is switching, and they are meant to conduct voltage. No matter which side is active, or something like that. It could also be on the positive and negative rails and are designed to conduct both ways, but I don't know. I'd have to look at the schematic. But anyways, I don't know if in this circuit the fact that they're a matched set is as important. However, if I would test the 3rd one, because the first one, the forward voltages were close enough. I think they were within a couple millivolts. So that told me that, yeah, they're still testing as a matched pair. Obviously, if I test this 3rd one, so I do like to kind of put these back. So I am going to go ahead and put this one back before I remove the 3rd one, because it's testing fine. But yeah, within a couple millivolts. Whoop, I just lost the lock washer. All right, fine. I'll get that in a moment. Obviously, if I test this 3rd one and like one of them is like significantly different than the other, then I might think that, okay, well, one of the diodes is not conducting as well. But a couple millivolts is probably within spec. I'm not going to replace them for being that close. I mean, if it measured 10 millivolts different, then I'd probably pull the data sheet open and to see what the tolerance spec is. And much past that, I'd probably just replace it. Because I think they are supposed to be a matched pair, and just kind of under the assumption that if they're no longer a matched pair, that could be a sign that one of the diodes is not dioding correctly. But 3 millivolts is, I'm sure, within spec. And quite honestly, part of it has to do with how accurate is my tester. Really, yeah, it could be still matched, and I don't think my tester is that accurate. So 3 millivolts is probably within its margin of error. 10 could be, I would say, like, if it was definitely 20, then yeah, I'd definitely be thinking at that point of maybe it is time to just replace it. And definitely, obviously, if it was like 100 or more, then yeah, I'd just replace it outright. Okay. The reason you're probably seeing why I do sometimes like to just remove the heatsink instead of the components off the heatsink is because it's easier to, sometimes I find it's easier to just line up everything than it is to get a nut where you don't have much room. Oh, yep, I just lost the lock washer. All right, well, fortunately, there's just no, because there's probably no way I'm getting that transformer out of the way. It's got too many connections. Unfortunately, this is the point where I don't have a, I don't think I have a wrench that's that small. I have some tiny wrenches, and if I have too much more trouble putting this in, I might even just go to my garage and check my toolbox there. I don't think I've got one that small. Because the thing is, the funny thing is, I remember buying them at Lowe's and thinking it was weird that they had them, that they were that small in stock. So I don't think I got one small enough to. I'm just trying to get the nut back on enough to. So that I don't lose the lock washer. Yeah, I may have to go to my garage and just double check that I don't have one this small, but I think the smallest one I have is like 3 millimeter wrench, and I think this nut is smaller than, actually, maybe not. I lost the lock washer again. Okay. All right, I think I'm gonna go up to my garage and just double check I don't have a wrench that small. So hold please. I'll be right back. Hopefully I will surprise myself and I actually do have a wrench that small. Next up on Justin's Forgot What He Owns. It's probably one of the last things I bought at Sears. What's a Sears? I have a whole set of tiny wrenches. And what do you know? Oh, that's actually 5mm. There we go. I actually have a wrench. Well, I will just keep these wrenches down here. And now for a trick they don't teach you anywhere. We are going to take a piece of gaffer's tape, and we're going to put it on the end of this wrench. I'm going to stick the nut in. Gaffer's tape will hopefully hold it in place until I can thread. Put the lock nut back in place. Assuming I don't shoot it across the basement. While I get this done, I will see Windows 90 or Windows XP being discussed in the chat, and I actually had one of my coworkers ask if I had a computer that had a zip drive in it, because he had a zip disk he needed to read. And I said, yeah, I can bring one in. And I brought my Pentium, well, it's my Pentium 2 computer, but I got a Pentium 3 processor in it right now, because it's just I found the firmware update for the motherboard, so it added support for the Pentium 3s, although the only one it supports is the 500 megahertz, because that's the only one that it uses a supported multiplier on the board. But yeah, so I brought it in, and it's like, oh wow, Windows 98, this is a blast from the past. But the zip disk worked, and well, I don't know what it had on it, because he just needed to copy the files off. But anyways, it worked great. He was able to copy whatever was on it off, and anyways, so actually that computer got put back together so I could take it in. And yeah, I bought it, that I guess the zip drive I'd bought at the electronics place inside of B Thrifty in Woodbridge, that's which zip drive I put in the computer. So I'll probably do a video on the completion of the build, and I'm going to put my Pentium 2 processor back in it, because the bad thing is I don't have the proper retention bracket for a Pentium 3 that goes on that motherboard, because it was a Pentium 2 motherboard, and the Pentium 3s are where they only have a half shell on them. It does not fit the bracket that came with the motherboard. So I'm going to put a Pentium 2 in it for longer term use. That, because I have a better Pentium 3 system. That will be my Pentium 3 reference. Actually, you know, it'd probably be easier if I did this number. Alright, well, I got that back in. Oh, there we go. So I've got a, I guess in that Pentium 2 system, I have a GeForce 2, I forget which. Oh, you know, I'm loosening the nut. That's not good. What, the GeForce 2, I know they gave them different letter prefixes than they do now, like the GS or GT or GTS or I don't know. It's like one of the higher tier video cards. I put that in there. I thought it could be cool. That's actually not really that great of a video card. I'll probably put my GeForce 4MX back in it. Which actually, the GeForce 4MX is actually not that much better than what I've got in it. But at least NVIDIA had added a feature to the GeForce 4 that was missing. The GeForce 4MX has a feature that was missing in the GeForce 2 I have in it. That even though the GeForce 4MX was like the cheapo tier card, I think it's still better than what I've got in there that's supposedly a higher tier card. So, I'm going to put the better graphics card in it. Hey, Will. Welcome. And Francois. But yeah, I got the builds together. It's in an ATX case I bought off Mercari that actually had the correct backplate integrated into the case. It was actually a Pentium 4 era case because the box it had a power supply in the case. The power supply that was in it is in my scrap bin right now. That is how cheap of a power supply that came with this. It's like a really cheap case that has such a cheap power supply. I scrapped it. I opened it up. I pulled it out of the case. I felt how incredibly light it was. I opened it up. I took one look at the insides of it and scrapped it. That's how cheap it was. I'm not. Yeah, it was so cheap. I'm not even going to bother recapping it. Because it's just like, it looks like it's one of those power supplies from back in the day where people were, they'd buy the cheap power supply and it would like destroy their computer the moment they powered it on. Hey, 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Alright, so. Alright. That one will probably be easier to get back on than the first one because I now have the wrench. Alright, let me see if I can't get the pins to where this component will hopefully pull right out. I also may replace the hard drive I have in that Pentium 2 computer with a compact flash card because 234, 230, yeah, okay, well, that tested fine. Well, alright, well, I guess it's not any of those components. As difficult as they were to remove and more difficult to put back. Yeah, I'm not going to replace them just because I removed them, because I think if I'd test these replacements, I have a feeling they're going to. These are like some I found on Mauser that had the same rate. They can support the same amount of current, and I have a feeling if I test one of them just out of curiosity, they're going to be very close to what's already in this power supply. Just out of curiosity, this is one of the new ones, and yeah, that's roughly the same. Okay. Alright, so there's no sense in swapping those out because those diodes are totally fine. Alright. Let me do my trick here. Put my piece of gaffer's tape to hold the nut in place. screw through far enough that I can get the lock washer back on. And lose the lock washer. Oh, and really lose the lock washer. Great. There it is. All right. So, I think that is now everything that I could have pulled off this board to test with the component tester. The only components I have not pulled off this board to test are the SCR, because my component tester doesn't support SCRs. Although I may pull it out of circuit and at least measure it with a multimeter to make sure it's at least not shorted. Actually, let me check. I might have done that. I may have already tested it and forgot about it. All right. First, let me get this back in. All right. So these diodes are not it. I think I very well am just going to replace the glass components, only because I'm kind of concerned I might have broken them while removing them to test. Although they all tested fine, I put them in. I don't know. Kind of one of those. They tested fine. I don't really want to replace them because they give this board some authenticity, but yet they are fragile because they're glass and prone to failure. So kind of one of those. Maybe I just replace the 3 of the rectifier style from the 70s, because those are like the really fragile ones. Maybe I just replace those 3. Leave the other glass ones on, because they're the more traditional glass encapsulated diodes, and probably less likely that I damage them in the course of testing. Trying to get this wrench out so I can get the gaffer's tape off, because it's interfering with me getting the back on now. All right. I don't know if anyone's got any ideas in the comments. I tested the power well, I couldn't put the transistor in my component tester, but I did test it with the multimeter. It's not shorted. So hold on. Got something misaligned on this component. The little plastic bushing that I didn't get the plastic bushing pushed into place. Not that it's that important, but I would at least like it to look right. All right. Let me back this nut out so I can push it back into place, and then tighten it back. Hey, Thomas. Oh, Thomas, you'll get this irony. So you remember that PNP transistor that I tested last week? It tested as a diode. Well, I put it in the tester tonight to show everyone how it tested last week, and it tested as a transistor. How's that for irony? I'm still going to replace it, though. Oh, all right. Hold on. I'm just trying to. Basically, these have a little plastic insulator that's supposed to push through the heatsink. Supposed to hold them onto the heatsink, and this one's not pushing into place. All right. All right. Well, let me back this nut out until it's almost. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now. Oh yeah, there's the problem. I didn't have the package lined up correctly. It was all askew. All right. And let's see here. Oh, hey, Retro Techie. No, it's not fixed yet. It's definitely not fixed yet. In fact, the problem that I thought I found last week, I thought it was the problem. Well, it looks like my component tester might have glitched last week or something. All right. Okay. Well, I don't know why this one doesn't want to go back into place. Or the tester glitched this time, yeah. No, I don't want to hit it. It's probably user error. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm going to have to remove that nut because something's not lining up right. Well, anyways, yeah, it doesn't matter which time the tester glitched. I've replaced the transistor with a new one. Okay. I'm just going to remove the component completely and double check what is going on here. Okay, so plastic bushing. All right. Okay. Don't know what's going on here. Put this back into place. There we go. And it snapped into place. Okay. So now I get to fight with the lock washer. And all right. Put the piece of gaffer's tape. All right. Basically now I want to try to screw the screw in without displacing the little plastic piece that is going through the heatsink that holds it into place. Or otherwise, we'll have another delay of live stream penalty. Only reason I bothered is because I do know that this component probably gets warm as a consequence of running, and would like it to make maximum contact with this heatsink. Because the Kaypro, at least this Kaypro, is convection cooled. Don't really know where to put a fan in it. All right, let me get my wrench out of here. Now that I got the nut on partway. And there we go. You know, I can't help to think that maybe the whole problem with this power supply was the blown safety caps. Okay. See here. There's this transistor. You know, I'd really like to test this transistor. Let's see if I can find my cheater here. All right. Can I get this transistor? One. Oh, of course. That would be 1 and 2. And now, all right. Yes, I can fit this transistor in here. So, I put this wire in there, and then I put this in here, and try to close the ZIF socket, and it's not going to stay in there. Nope, that's not going to work. Oh, if I had enough clip leads. Oh, here we go. All right. So this is the Justin Special Omatic. I just need to find one or more of my clip leads that I'm going to have to cut open in the name of science, which will mean that I will have yet another component on my list of things I need to replenish for the bench, because I think it's going to be my last clip lead that I haven't destroyed, assuming I can find it. Oh, that is assuming that I haven't already destroyed the rest of them, and I don't actually have another clip lead to cut in half and strip a wire. Oh, I may not have any more. Because buying the cheap clip leads is probably a bad idea. Next time, I'll buy slightly better clip leads that will probably still end up being garbage, but they will be slightly better garbage. Hold please, I'm just trying to find, like, actually, the problem is that they tend to fall on the floor, and I run over them with my chair, not realizing they fell on the floor. That's why I keep destroying them. Although, in reality, they weren't the greatest clip leads. Alright, well, science must be done. The world must know. Is this transistor actually good? Hey, RetroTech Die. I am rigging up a couple clip leads for a power transistor that will not fit the tester otherwise. Oh, well, that's actually not good. Actually, I just realized the ZIF socket on my tester may actually not be in that great a shape. I may just need to get a new tester. Or a new ZIF socket one. Alright, so or I may have to put some solder on the end of these wires so that they're thicker and stay in the ZIF socket. Oh yeah, that's not going to work. Okay. Hold please. I need to tin the leads of my new transistor tester leads because the wires are not thick enough to go in the ZIF socket for the component tester. So I need to blob solder on the end of all three of them so that I can actually get them to go in the tester. This is precision. Well, actually, this is probably more like someone's probably going to yell at me for destroying perfectly good leads, to which I would like to point out that this green one, for example, I think, well, it was on the floor, and I have a feeling I've run over it with my chair, so actually, this may not work that well at all. But I at least have the other half of the cable somewhere. I should probably put flux on this. That would probably help the solder flow. Alright. I'm horrible at tinning wire leads as it is. Alright. Alright. Flux, and I just need to get solder on these. Don't really care how good it looks. Oh yeah, actually that's better. Probably, oh, there we go. Okay, at least half the smoke is going towards my, um, counterfeit Hacko smoke absorber. Okay, there we go. Well, Jeremy, you didn't miss much. You missed me, probably making a mess. Oh, Retrotech or Die, that was a good Game Boy repair you did. Simple and, quick and... If I had a Game Boy, it's probably a repair I would do. But I have enough fun as it is just trying to find everything that I had 10 minutes ago and now have put somewhere where I can't find it. Um, that's 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 my game. Where did I set it down? I just had it 5 minutes ago. It'll be the next hit game on the iTunes App Store or the Android App Store. The no one's going to buy it App Store. There we go. Joe! Joe probably knows the struggle. Joe, how many times have you had something in your hand 10 minutes ago and now can't find it? Okay. Yeah, it was a good repair. Okay. So now maybe my wire leads will stay in the socket, or at the very least, I won't have to worry about loose wire strands. But I'm hoping that little bit of solder will maybe help the wires stay. There we go. All right. So how is this going to work? Yeah, Joe says twice just tonight. Okay, so the outside of this transistor is one of the, I think it's like the collector, if I remember the pinout. I don't know why I need to remember the pinout. I could just look at the NTE package because it's the direct replacement. There we go. And got a soda for dinner, drank half, forgot I had it. It was hiding behind something. Got another soda, cleaned up after dinner. Oops, 2 sodas. All right, I have an NPN transistor. It has a HFE of 11. Wow, I am so used to power transistors. An HFE of 11? Okay, well, I guess it's not a very high gain transistor. Alright, let me look at the NTE part. HFE 10 minimum. Okay, well, that component's probably totally fine. Okay, it's probably within spec. Alright, no need to replace it. But I could replace it. What would be the chances that's my problem? Because it seems like it's probably fine. It's detecting as an NPN. I don't know. I don't really want to replace everything unless I suspect it's bad. Or could be failing. Alright, well, I'll put this back on the board at some point. Okay, well, that transistor's probably fine. Alright. Well, I'm not going to bother replacing it. Okay. What else did I want to test? So, I've pulled the bridge rectifier, tested it. I guess I was going to replace the glass components, then start putting things back on. I can't really test the 7912. I don't really have a good way to test the Schottky diode. Although I haven't removed it, so... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Alright, I can't test the... I don't really have a good way of testing the 7912. But I can at least test it. I pull it out of circuit, because it's easy to remove. And I'll make sure it's not shorted. Easy enough. I might just replace it. Since I can't test it, I got enough spares. And I'll remove the SCR, and I'll test it out of circuit, make sure it's not shorted. I don't have a replacement for it. That was one of the back-ordered parts from NTE. So hopefully it's not shorted, but I'll test it out of circuit, because if it's shorted, then there's no use continuing here. Alright. Because then that will be like the last of the semiconductor components. And if they're fine, then I'll just start putting components back on and hope that maybe the problem was the safety capacitors, that one of them was open and it's actually required for regulation. It was one of the safety capacitors that I did not have Thursday. That is potentially the one that's required for regulation, so I'm not going to kick myself if it just happens to work after I put the safety cap back in. So that DigiKey order arrived Friday. So anyways, it is possible that one of the capacitors, when I stared at the schematic, it looked like one of them might actually have been in the power regulation circuit, and for whatever reason they used a safety cap instead of a normal cap, and maybe it was because they fail open or are supposed to fail open. It's on the DC side of the circuit. I mean, it is possible that maybe it's a capacitor that, by the way the power supply works, it's more prone to failing, and it would be better if it failed open instead of shorted, and so maybe they used a X-class capacitor instead of just a standard polycap. I don't know. I couldn't tell you why they... But it's definitely not... the one safety cap is definitely not in the AC circuit. Alright, so... This is the linear regulator. I think I'm just going to replace it. I'll test it to see if it's shorted. I don't have a way of testing a negative regulator easily. I say that, and then I realized I do have a bench power supply that will do negative voltage. I guess I could... Okay, maybe I can test it. Let me see if it's shorted first. I think I just realized I can test it. The reason why I didn't think I could is because you need negative voltage for this linear regulator to create negative voltage. Because negative voltage, I don't know, it gives me a headache thinking. It's like, why be so negative, linear regulator? Can't we all be positive and encouraging and not just a negative influence on the board. Trying to be silly and have Joe make some comment that that was such a bad dad joke I spit out half of one of the 2 sodas I have open or something like that. Okay. So. Right. Well, that's not shorted. That's not shorted. That's not shorted. Alright, reverse pins. That's not shorted. That's not shorted. That's not shorted. In fact, it's kind of seeming like it might actually be open. Okay, so the tab is connected to the center pin, which I believe is correct. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Well, yeah, I know the linear regulator doesn't create negative voltage, but you have to feed it negative voltage, and then it will linear regulate it down to a different negative voltage. But negative voltages give me a headache thinking about them. I mean, you can create a negative voltage from a positive voltage, but it requires more than just a linear regulator. Okay, so this is a brand new 7912. So I'm going to test it. Okay, so that... Okay, maybe there is no... Okay. Maybe there is no resistance that I should be seeing, because the brand new one measures the same. Okay, so I've got my... Oh, that explains where that Berg connector went. Okay, so this is my benchtop power supply that I don't really like, but I got it at the right price, so beggars can't be choosers. Alright, so in order to create a negative voltage, we have to take this shunt and do that with it. Well, considering I think this linear regulator is regulating negative 12 volts down from a higher voltage coming off of the something that's taking negative voltage from the negative side of the AC sine wave. All right. If anyone can't tell what the right price was for this, I didn't pay anything for it. It also is not calibrated, which annoys me to no ends that it's like way out of calibration. But well, at least it was free. It works. Okay, so in order to set things, so I gotta turn it on. And let's see, for a negative 12 volt regulator, let's see, we'll put, how about we'll put 17 volts. And we will limit it to, oh, and we will limit the amps to, oh, you gotta short it to set the limit. So I will set it to, let's see, maybe about 200 milliamps. There we go. All right. So now with that, well, I don't have a breakout board, Jeremy. It's on my list of things I want, but I've got it hasn't yet made it to the top of my list, so probably next time I order something from Deku Nukem, I'll get one of his breakout boards, because it also has the it's got the negative 5 volt regulator on it, so you also get negative 5 volts. Okay, so according to this data sheet I'm looking at, the common is the middle pin, which I think would agree with, which I believe matches what I expect. So I'm going to test this new one first before I potentially blow up the old one, because I have more of the new ones in case I blow up the first one trying to do this. So common is connected to the ground on my supply. So input is going to be, I think, this one here. I think that's input. And then let me grab my multimeter. So I should have, turn it to DC voltage. So there's common. Put my common there, and that'll hold the component in place. Turn my supply on. And so I should have on the output negative 0.8 volts. Oh, because I am because I'm current limited. Because I probably wired this up wrong. Hold, please. See, this is why, if you think you might misread the data sheet, you first try it on one that doesn't matter. Because actually, I might have ordered 7912s with the wrong pinout. So actually, I'm going to log into my Mauser account real quick. Oh, wait. Actually, those ones came from DigiKey. Hold on. Let me grab the ones I ordered from Mauser. Because why buy them from one distributor when you can buy more from a second distributor when you think there might be a good reason to do that? Because that's exactly what I think I did. Alright, let me... Because I have some more 7912s floating on my workbench somewhere. Yeah, right here, there. Okay, so what I ordered from DigiKey last week, they are L7912 ACVs, and... Ew. Yeah, I'd better check the, yeah, I may, the ones I ordered from DigiKey, maybe in the back of my mind, I thought they were the wrong part, so, because I just found the ones I ordered from Mauser. Because that linear regulator's testing is shorted. Or I'm remembering the manual wrong for this power supply, and I should not have the shunt jumper where I've got it right now, but I'm pretty sure that for negative voltage, the shunt jumper goes between ground and positive, and I'm pretty sure that's what the data sheet for this power supply says. But anyways, alright, let me look up my Mauser order here. Let's see here. I think these were on that order. Inverters. And the reason why I'm pulling it up from the order is because I just want to make sure I look at the correct data sheet. So what better way to look at the correct data sheet than to actually click on the part number? No, That wasn't on any of those. Oh, that's because it was on this fourth order. Capacitors, 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 fine. Fine, fine, fine. Okay, I'll type in the part number. The keyboard, how quaint. 926-LM79112 CT. And that's probably close enough to get us down to 2 potential results, to which Mauser is telling me that one of these is a previous purchase. Excellent. The data sheet is loading now. So according to the data sheet for the one I'm staring at, okay. So apparently the ones I think the center is input and the left pin is ground. So I had that completely backwards. Well, that would explain why it was shorted. Okay. Let's see if I actually destroyed this. So input is... So that's going to be the output. And I probably should have actually used the green lead for the ground. So, but I did not. So for all of you out there, they're saying, but green is ground. Well, I kind of did this not really. And actually, amazingly, I have negative 12.19 volts on the replacement. Hey, Adam, welcome. And Eric, I did not blow up the 7912 that was from Mauser. Okay, so the yellow lead goes here. The green lead goes here. I think I'm going to have to bend the leads just a little bit so that I can do this without worrying. So I'm going to test the old one. Now that I know what the pinout actually is, after having looked at the wrong data sheet the first time. So the center is input, the left pin is ground, and the right pin is... Alright. So, actually, I'm going to put my multimeter there on the supply, and I have negative 12.38 volts. So that is a good linear regulator. Alright. Hey Bruce, welcome. I was just attempting fate with my bench power supply and testing a 7912. And yes, I was remembering correctly. For negative voltage on this power supply, you do put the shunt jumper, this metal bar, between ground and positive. Now, of course, since I hardly ever use negative voltage, I am going to put the shunt jumper back the way it was, so that I don't do something dumb and feed negative voltage into something in the future. Hashtag, oh, but I would never do that. Called speaking from experience. Alright, and of course, the thing is, despite the fact that testing the old one is good, I am just going to... I'm very tempted to just replace it with a new one for reasons. And again, I don't think the negative voltage regulator would be driven very hard. Okay, well, I tested it fine. It tested fine. I don't think the negative voltage regulator would have been running at its limits anyways. It's only probably used for some bias voltage somewhere. Alright, I'm just going to use the old one because it tested fine. Now that I think about how much... If it was like a 7812 or a 7805, then maybe I'd replace it just because it could have been run at closer to its limit. But it's a 7912. It's only used for some bias voltage somewhere, so it's not... I don't think it's drawing... or I don't think it's running that stressed, so we'll just use the old one. Okay. I mean, someone can correct me if I'm wrong there, if you think it actually would have been running closer to its limits, but I don't think it would be. That means the only thing I haven't tested, and I'm going to pull it off the board, at least make sure it's not shorted, is the SCR. Now, I don't have a creative test for, but I'll at least make sure it's not shorted, because I at least know what the pinout is, or can look it up really quick. Basically, I think an SCR is a lot like a... I guess it's a lot like a transistor, but I think it's technically a triac because it's for AC, or can be used for AC switching. I think in this case, on this power supply where it's being used, it's more being used for the fact that it can just handle a lot of current. Because I think it's actually in the crowbar circuit. So I think it's just being used because it can supply a lot of current, not because it's switching AC. Thermal compound. There is no thermal compound on any of these. I am going to not add thermal compound. I don't think it's... These thermal pads are in good enough shape. Alright, so... Because actually, one reason I may not use thermal compound is because I might run this through the ultrasonic cleaner after putting it back together, and the thermal compound would just be messy. Okay, so I don't know what the pinout of this is. I just want to make sure it's not shorted. One of these will be shorted because it's going to share the common. And it's probably that one right there. Okay. And Windows, no, I don't want you to do that. Poor cat juice over the whole board, yeah. Well, Joe, this power supply has been bugging me. I've done some searching. Alright, so that's 86 ohms. Okay, that's not a short. Alright, that's not connected. Let's see, there's no connection there. 86 ohms. Okay, let's see, that's a 2N... I can read the part number. 2N63. Let me just look on this sheet here. Actually, let me look on the other sheet that actually says what it is. I think that is the 2N... Oh. Is it the 2S... Wait, is that Q... No, that's SCR. Hold please while I try to find it on the bill of materials. Because I can't read the number. Oh, that's right. It's not on that bill of materials. And it's not on that page. Oh, yeah. I think this was the fun one to figure out what it was. Because it's not on... It is an S0308L. Oh, I could use the microscope. Yeah, it's a 2S. No, it's not. It is a 2N6395. I'm glad. That does not match what I was expecting. Hold, please. All right. All right, I'll hold that there for a moment. I would appreciate your guess. Is that 2N6395? 2N6396? 97, 98? Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon? Want, 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 want. Any guesses? I think it's 2N6395. All right. Yeah, that is not what is on the bill of materials I have. Well, let me see what that comes up to in 6395. Let's see here. That apparently is a flight from San Pedro to Belize City. Oh, to M. Oh, it would help if I typed the right character. 2N6395. That is an actual part. It is an SCR. Right. Let's see. Pin 1 is the cathode. Pin 2 is the anode. Pin 3 is the gate. So between pin 1 and pin 2... So between pin 1 and pin 2, I should have a voltage drop. I'll have to look at the data sheet what it is. But Ew. And the tab is also connected to the anode. Ooh, that's not good. Wait a minute, no. Pin 1 is cathode. I got them mixed up. Pin 2 is anode. Wait a minute. Okay, pin 2 is anode. Pin 1 is cathode. I have an open circuit. Alright. The tab is also the anode. And I have an open circuit. I'm pretty sure this should be reading as... Okay, so there is a connection here. Oh! Alright, well, it's good to see you, Adam. Oh, I might please, and if I have explosions, I'll post a social media where you can go in the video for explosions. Because I think I just found the failed component. 'Cause I think this SCR has failed. Alright, well, let's see. Unfortunately, I think this was one of the back-ordered components. Let me see what I might have, because maybe I ordered something from Mauser and forgot. Alright. NPN. Okay, that's not that, not that. Alright, it's definitely not that one. Let's see, it's not that. There's some Zener diodes. Let's see here. That's a gate rectifier. Oh, man. That was one of the back-ordered components from from Arcade Electronics. Okay. So let's see here. Let me see what else I've got. Maybe I found some SCRs from somewhere. Let's see. There's the negative voltage rig. Oh, man. Just when I thought I'd found the bad component, because I found the transistor last week. And I reached out to Arcade Electronics and was like, hey, I need these parts because they're going to be too late. Can you, like, help me out? And, well, unfortunately, the SCR was not one of them that I thought I needed, but it was actually back-ordered anyways, so even if I'd asked them, they wouldn't have been able to have shipped it because it was back-ordered. Clear as day. I don't think I have... Alright, I'm looking to see if I have anything... I may look at my past orders real quick to see if maybe I did. Okay, those are the Schottky diodes. Oh man, I think bridge rectifiers. Oh man. It was like the one component that I wasn't sure about my ability to order a compatible part. So it looks like I didn't order any. And I think that's the bad part. The SCR isn't bad, it's just misunderstood. Well, I think in this case it seems to be bad because there is I think there is an anode and a cathode, and I mean, I could put it in my component tester and see what it says, but alright, maybe I will. Maybe it does support SCRs and I forgot. No. That is, alright. Well, it showed up as a resistor, but I'm not sure that's the slam dunk. But, Thomas, am I wrong in thinking that I should see a voltage drop between the cathode and the anode? Or is that a misunderstanding of what a cathode and an anode are on an SCR? Because it does seem as if the datasheet does seem to indicate I should have a voltage. I mean, the thing is, the PNP transistor tested fine. Actually, Thomas, actually this SCR is actually in the crowbar circuit. So actually, it does need to be an SCR because it's actually in the crowbar circuit. So the thing is, if this SCR was bad, I mean, it's showing as a resistor between the anode, between the cathode and the gate. Wait a minute, between the cathode and the gate. Well, maybe there would be a resistance between the cathode and the gate. And again, I wouldn't. I mean, I can put it back in, but I don't have any other SCRs that I can like. Yeah, this power supply is really stumping me. I almost just want to make a. Design a PCB that you mount the mean well onto, and it's got this pin header, the pin header style that Kaypro takes, and boom, done. You just replaced it. Of course, the pin headers are like dreadfully expensive because they're probably not used by anything current, but they actually do still make this particular pin header. Alright. Oh, okay, well, I'll put the SCR back in and... Okay. Alright, well, Thomas is at work, so he's not able to listen to the stream, so I will probably regret putting this SCR back in. Maybe I can do a quick web search. Maybe I will do a quick web search before I tighten that nut back up. Okay. Let's see. How to test an SCR circuits today. Alright, let's see here. Multimeter can be used to test SCRs quite effectively. Ooh. First procedure is to check the diode action between the gate and cathode terminals. Oh, between the gate and cathode terminals. Ooh, between the gate and cathode. I was... Okay. Gate and cathode. So pins 1 and 3. Actually, I might have been doing the wrong thing here. Okay. So let me check it again. All right. Good night, Frank. Yeah, and don't forget to smash that like button. All right. Let's try this again. So if circuits today is correct, which maybe they are, maybe they're not. I don't know. I've at least heard of the website. And I just dropped that lock washer. Great. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's try this again. All right. So, according to circuits today, I need to test between the gate and the cathode. So that's pins 1 and 3 in diode test mode. All right. So I have 0.129. I do have a voltage drop between the gate and the cathode. And I think if I test the other way, 0.128. That doesn't seem right. Actually, testing a silicon diode. Oh. Between the anode and cathode. So I should have high resistance here. Actually, I guess I should probably put it on ohms. I think this SCR is bad. Because I think I should have only... So I do have high resistance there. That is correct. Like really high resistance. Slightly lower resistance. Okay. Okay, then connect the anode and gate terminals to the positive lead. Okay, now this is anode and gate to the positive lead. Because this is supposedly going to switch the SCR on. No. I think this SCR is bad. Because first of all, I should have had a voltage drop that I did not see. And then second of all, it would seem as if the gate and the cathode are awfully low resistance. So I think this SCR is bad. Now, what would happen if I would power this power supply up without it? Well, probably bad things. It's probably there for a reason. But I think the biggest problem would be if I powered this power supply up without that SCR. If the 5 volts was out of spec, it wouldn't. I wouldn't have the. It wouldn't shut the voltage off, and I don't like that thought. So, anyways, I think the SCR is actually bad. I wish I'd. Yeah, now I feel bad for not catching that last week, but oh well, what can you do? It's kind of one of those. I actually had ordered the parts. It's just they were, well, not, I had to convince Arcade Electronics to send my order. And those were out of stock. Although they should have been, arrived today. And it looks like I'm just going to have to wait for that to come in because I've ordered all the orders I can for parts for this power supply. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Jeremy, for 327 subs. Yep, I'm at 327 subs. Slowly but surely. Alright. So it's 10 o'clock. I've found the potential actual bad component. It's actually one that will be incredibly hard to reinstall once I put the capacitors on, so... Well, I think that's kind of where... Okay, I guess I can solder the, that new transistor in place. Because it's just loose. Alright, so I guess I'll solder this in place. I guess I could, I mean, I could reinstall some of these caps, but at a point, I need to leave some of them I need to leave the ones out that would be blocking getting that nut back in, so I might as well just wait. Hold on, I'm trying to find the little piece of solder that I had. Well, who knows where it went. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, nice number for old Chevy fans. Oh, well. Maybe I didn't get the reference. Alright, well, at least I'll have this transistor in place so it won't fall out. Well, oh, that's... Okay, I got a solder bridge, but I think there's a... connection on the PCB anyways, so... I'm probably going to remove the solder and then realize that it was not necessary. If I can remember what I did with my solder braid to get it out of the way. Oh, there it is. I don't know, my brain's not used to working in the basement on Tuesdays. Oh yeah, that was actually, yeah, those are connected together. So, I like to keep my, Oh, yep, there's a connection on the board. Okay. Oh, alright, so, that transistor's in place. Alright. Well, I guess I can solder these, back into place. They're fine. Alright, I guess I can solder the linear regulator in place. Alright, I guess I can put some of these components back in. Just as well, because... I mean, obviously, I'll double check this power supply before I try it, because... Oh, that was actually a component I was thinking of replacing. Alright, there's that. Linear regulator. Alright. Alright. Guess I can put this transistor back in, because then at least I can't lose it. Alright, so let me see if I can remember how this went. That goes there. This goes here. Oops. Alright, these pins go through here. Big, complicated heatsink assembly. Alright. Hey, Sean. Welcome. I'm, starting to put this power supply back together, but I have found the, this time for sure, rocky. Now I think I've actually found the bad component. But I figure, well, It's unfortunately one of the parts that was back ordered, so I don't have a replacement. Yeah, Arcade Electronics sent some of my other parts, but let's see here. I think all right, so I believe this was here. And so I'll go ahead and I'll start to recap this board, but I'm not going to be able to put caps around where the SCR goes because it'll be too hard to get the mounting hardware in place. All right, so there's that. And all right, so there's that. Now, okay, so this so yes, I think the correct procedure is that I need to screw these screws in and then I solder the screws in. It seems completely weird, but that's the way it was assembled. It looks like they're all yeah. All right. Because I think they're all conducting from the whichever the leads I said this outer case of this transistor was. All right. Now that I got that back on. All right. Definitely going to use some flux here. Actually, I don't know that that was actually soldered. I think it was just these. All right, I may have to review my video at some point. There's that and that. And it's also possible these were just soldered because of the wave soldering process, but I think they are actually making electrical contact, so there we go. All right. So the transistor is back in. All right. So I can get these capacitors here. But first, let me see here. There's two of the glass diodes that I'm going to replace. All right. This is where I'm going to have to look up. So the first one is a, let me see here, D1 RGP10B, RGP10J. Let me double check that one. That is a, yep, into E552 and an RGP10 D9. Oh yeah, okay. So those are going to be here we go. These components here. Which I actually did not solder back in previously because I thought I was going to replace them. And might have actually, oh, inadvertently soldered some of them back in because of proximity. All right. Yep, that. Okay. Well, come on. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh, yeah. It also helps to unbend the leads. Come on. Alright, so there's D9. Yep, these are those kind of old style glass diodes. I want to replace them with something that's not as prone to failing. Despite the fact these are like two different parts, they all basically, I don't know, they're all basically the same thing. Maybe with the older style diodes, maybe there was some difference in reality to what they are, but even with the into E cross-reference form, they all cross-reference to the same thing, so I'm replacing them with the same thing, because they're basically 1 amp fast rectifiers. I don't know, maybe with the old style parts, maybe that's where there actually was a difference. There we go. Nice modern style. There we go. And this is just basically in case I like damage them in removing them to test them. Since they are kind of the fragile glass diodes, that way I'll just replace them. Solder one lead, make sure that they look presentable. There we go. And solder the other lead. All right. There are two other basically I decided I'd just replace these glass components because I realized that, you know, after going through all this trouble, I don't want to have to take this thing back apart. Okay, so there's those. And so D4, was there a D4? Oh, there was a D4. So D4 is an RGP15B. RGP15B. And that is NTE 582-4. Which might be the other part that was back ordered. Although it's also not a glass component now that I look at it. So okay. So I don't need to replace it. It's not a glass component. It's that one right there. That's not glass. Okay, moving on. That's why I didn't order it, because it wasn't a glass component. Okay. So let's see here. D5 is, though, a glass component. So what is D5? D5 is a 1N4606. Oh, and that's the ones I couldn't find. Okay, could not find the 1N4606s. Okay, but that's the newer style glass component, so I think I'm gonna leave those alone. All right. Okay, I think that concludes the glass components I was going to replace. I guess I could replace the Zener diode because it's in the circuit as the SCR, since the SCR seems like it is damaged. So let me take a look at the schematic real quick. R29Z1. Let's see. R29 was... Alright. I'll leave it for now. Okay. I think it's fine. I did test it. It tested like a diode. Alright. Now, these 3 glass diodes I pulled out, I will hold on to them in case I find something wrong with my rationale to replace them. For example, if for some reason I realize that the parts I thought were compatible actually aren't, then at least I'll be able to put them back on. Yeah, lots of computers use Aztec power supplies. Okay. This was no exception. Alright, let me pull open my spreadsheet here, where I actually created a list of the capacitors, because I'm going to go off what was actually in here, plus it's my cheat sheet on what I removed. Okay, so C9 is, let's see, what was C9? C9 was a 220 microfarad 10 volt. Here we go. So usually when I order components like this, I usually order a spare in case I managed to mess one up somehow. This was the only capacitor of that value. Alright. Stripe goes to the negative, and yeah, you can kind of see how much smaller the newer capacitor is. And in fact, I think the replacement capacitor is higher temperature rated, so it's a better capacitor. Go figure. Alright. Oh! Well, that was funny. And by funny, I mean not funny. Alright. Let's try that again. Alright, so let me make sure I put it in right. I guess I'll bend one of the leads so it doesn't fall out, and then I will solder the other lead, and then I will bend the one back, because I'm trying to be nicer than the person that originally assembled this, because it makes it harder to remove. Alright, let's try that. Now that will not just fall right out. And we'll bend that back. And here we go. One capacitor in. Okay, now these 4 were originally 250 volt rated, 100 microfarad. However, since this is a dual voltage power supply, Thomas Armstrong suggested that I get 400 volt caps to provide some extra margin, because 250 volts is kind of cutting it close for a power supply that can also take 220 volts. So I decided that that was a reasonable suggestion and got 400 volt caps. Now, it's possible that Aztec used the lower rated caps because, I mean, they would technically work. But these higher voltage ones will be more reliable, especially if you have like a power surge or something. Oh, I'm putting in the 400 volt. Yep, since Thomas is at work and I don't know if he's able to hear. Oh. I will just show him the... There we go. So he can see the fact that I got the 400 volt ones. So here's to... Because in reality, the if you look at the... Because these are going to be the main caps for the rectified AC voltage. And so if you were to plug this into 220 or 240 volt, the actual DC voltage rectified from 240 volts, say if you were in Australia, and if I took my Kaypro to Australia because I'm visiting Bruce and having some of his famous lasagna, well, then the rectified DC voltage is actually going to be like like 340 volts or somewhere about that. When you, because I guess the thing is when you measure AC voltage, you got to actually look at the root mean square. I don't know, it gets complicated. So the rectified DC voltage off of AC is higher than your line voltage because reasons. Yeah, 330 volts. Thanks, Joe. I knew I was close. So therefore, now that I got 400 volt caps here, if I go to Australia and visit Bruce and have some of his famous lasagna, I won't have to worry about my Kaypro main caps having their lives shortened because they're overdriven. Although, quite honestly, if I do go visit Bruce and I'm taking my Kaypro, maybe someone should suggest that I should actually be taking a suitcase with clothes in it so I can actually enjoy more than in Australia than just go show Bruce one of my computers. Although, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'm going to dress like the locals and just buy my clothes there. But I don't want to know how much a Kaypro costs in Australia. Probably a lot. There we go. And now I've got four nicely, well, actually they're, well, didn't quite get them as flush as I wanted. Alright, well, that one's on pretty good. I didn't get, there we go. There we go. Alright. An arm and a leg, yeah. There we go. There we go. Four main caps. Got this capacitor here. Okay. Just gonna double check on this side of the board that I got everything soldered. Okay, that's an empty position. Okay. Okay, C2. Now this is where I went a little crazy. Now, these are the safety caps, which you're probably going to be thinking, why did I order Rifa? Well, because they fit. And I'm totally fine with having to replace them in 40 or 20 to 40 years. Because I mean, the thing is, the even the other safety caps can fail. But anyways, yeah, they're not bad. They just yeah, they go bad. It's just when the refas go bad, they have a tendency of producing smoke. When electrolytics go bad, they have a tendency of corroding things. So in reality, when the refas go, they're, I guess in one way you could look at them, they're less destructive when they go because they usually just create smoke. And yeah, some goo, but the thing is, they fit. Also, these are rated at 275 volts, which since that's their AC rating, I am going with that. I kind of also realized that given what they do, they're not. I didn't need to like go overboard and over overrating it. Anyways, yep, there we go. There's that one. Because yeah, these are well, that main one's on the AC side, so it the AC rating is fine for anywhere you'd be plugging a Kaypro in. I did do something silly and order like 440 volt safety caps, but I then realized that that was just silly. I didn't need to do that. I mean, they would totally work fine. There we go. There's that one. Now, this is the cap I think might have actually been part of the problem because it was. I think all these caps were failed, but I think this one is actually potentially required for. Yeah, I think it's this one might be required for. Or no, maybe it's actually this one's required for the DC. One of the DC rails. So that might have been part of the problem, but I think the SCR was bad too. And given what the SCR does, if it was shorted, then. Or if it was like constantly passing voltage, then yeah, that would cause the problem I was seeing. I have to admit, I think that might have been the first part I thought might be the problem. Unfortunately, it was one of the parts that it was harder to track down what might be a compatible replacement. So, all right, so got these four caps, that cap, got our safety caps back in. So, and this is where it gets a bit trickier because I have to be able to install the SCR. So I think with this screwdriver here, it's C17 that I think the one that I'm probably going to have to just leave out. I'm almost tempted to, like... Oh, well... Oh, let me fix that before I forget that. Night, Eric. Alright, well, let me see here. So... Now, this is where it gets a little bit more interesting. Oh, wait. I forgot. These replacement caps are, like, way shorter than the originals. Just because, yay, technology. So, the interesting thing is, for the 1000 microfarad and the 2200 microfarad caps, they use two different kinds. But, as far as I could tell, there was really no difference between the two brands. And quite honestly, I think I concluded that it was more likely done due to what they had than anything. So I'm going to first get the 1000 microfarad 16 volt ones in. So those were in position C17 and C18. Oh yeah, I think I will still be able to... Yeah, I'll be able to get that SCR in even if I put these in, because these are, like... Yeah. Yep. Confirmed. I can get the screwdriver there. So I will go ahead and install all these caps, because I will still be able to screw the SCR in when I get it. Alright. Excellent. Okay. Now, there were, I think, 1, 2, 3, there were 5 2200 microfarad caps. And no, I did not trim these leads. Apparently, I ordered short lead capacitors. And didn't even realize it, which is fine. I guess I knew they were a thing, I just didn't realize I'd ordered them. Okay. So, these should go in C19, C20. I guess the only problem is they're going to be a little harder to hold into place because there's not much of a lead to bend. But there still is. Alright. Alright. I am going to have to avail myself of bending the pin. Actually, I should have maybe put these in first, but whatever. I ordered these, I think, because they met the requirements and they were Nichicons. Because I was trying to order like Nichicon, Rubicon, and Panasonic where I could. There we go. There's those two. Let's go ahead and get those in. I'd like to order the good caps where I can. All right. There's those two. And if you thought up these are installed backwards, that is correct, because the common's running right here on the power supply. So yes, they are opposing each other. All right, and then these other three go into C22, C23, and C24. Although all right, there's C22. That one's... Yep. All right, C22. C23. Again, same deal. The common, right there's the common. And let me go ahead and, I guess, solder these in. Actually, those are staying in place a little better. I think the hole spacing's a little tighter of a fit there. There we go. And yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to destroy something, Adam. I mean, I'm almost tempted to try to power this up without the SCR in, but I'll have to do it smartly because I will have no overvoltage protection. There'd be one way of knowing if that was the actual problem. Because power supply should just work. And I do have some power resistors that I could maybe use instead of the Kaypro board, but I don't know how I'll pull that off. All right, there we go. There's those caps. And, all right, so I should have two more. And these are 100 microfarad. Yep. So anyways, I guess if anyone's keeping tally for, so these are Rubicon, these are Nichicon. And I think, oh yeah, and then I think these small ones were Panasonic. Just kind of how it ended up, what each one had that was available from one distributor, because I didn't want to have to order. Well, if I'd known I was going to place multiple orders, then I maybe wouldn't have been so concerned, but, well. All right. One, and one more. All right, there we go. And get those leads. There's just a bit long there. There's a... Oh yeah, that would be the... Alright. There's a component I didn't resolder. Gonna get that while I see it. Oh, interesting. There's a... Oh, that's a jumper that's not installed. Alright. Oh, Thomas is off work. He can watch now. Alright, well, Thomas, I think I found the actual problem, and it's the SCR. I found some instructions on testing it, and it failed the test procedure. So I went ahead and recapped the board. So I've got the 400 volt Rubicons per your suggestion. There's the 3 Panasonic caps right here, there, and there. And then Nichicon caps, which are like half the height of the original ones. And yet, they're still the same spec. So, here we go. So, I am going to, I guess, clean the flux off the bottom of the board. And then I will pull the Kaypro motherboard over here because it has like 2 electrolytic caps. I was just going to go ahead and replace them. Because they look just as good as some of the electrolytics that were on this board. I don't know how wise it is to power this board up without the crowbar circuit in place. Because that would mean I'd have no overvoltage protection. Probably, in reality, the answer is not a good idea. Yeah, Joe's right. Don't. Yeah, I'll have the SCR soon enough, so... I mean, maybe I'll live stream next Tuesday, where I think next Tuesday is still May. So, May is still possible for powering up this Kaypro. Yeah, it's a bad idea. Yeah, Rudy, I figured out the SCRs in the crowbar circuit's bad. According to the test instructions I found, the between the gate and the cathode, you should be able to test it like a diode, and that fails. And then it says if you measure between the anode and the cathode, you should have high resistance. Well, that passes. But then it also, though, well, it passed partially, but then it had an awfully low resistance where I don't think there should have been. So I think the SCR is bad. Which the thing is, that would mean that would be why the power supply was effectively... I think the power supply was effectively going into a perceived overvoltage protection because the SCR was probably just shorting 12 volts to ground. or there being a fairly low impedance path. All right, so okay, so it's recapped. I don't have the SCR in place. I don't have that was one of the back ordered parts was the SCR. So I can't, as much as I would like to put something in its place. That was one of the parts that I really couldn't find anything that I thought was a equivalent, short of just ordering the NTE direct replacement that I did. Arcade Electronics, though, was out of stock of that one. They did let me know last week that they should have received a shipment today. And they were expecting that shipment would have the part in it. So the parts in it so they could ship the rest of my order. I did not see a shipping email from them today, but that's not to say that they didn't ship anything. Because they might have. It's also possible that they got the order so late today that they weren't able to do anything. Because, well, shipments can be delayed and the truck can be late, so I mean, in reality, maybe their truck the UPS or FedEx comes normally at a decent hour, but they were running late today for some reason. So I suspect hopefully I'll get our shipment hopefully soon. Luckily they're just in Alexandria, so if they ship me it by any means other than carrier pigeon, then I'll probably get it in like 2 days. If they ship it by carrier pigeon, then, well, I don't have any hope that I'll actually get it. But I know it would be the one of the parts that's bad is one I tried to order and they were out of stock of. They were back ordered. If I knew more about SCRs and what numbers are important and what numbers aren't, I probably would have tried to take a guess. But I've already placed so many orders for components. I'm not placing another order. I'm just not. I have no plans to place any more orders with a distributor before next month. I'll put it that way. I've already ordered enough. I could change my mind if come a day or two later I still don't have a shipment email from them. But at the moment I'm like, okay, I've ordered enough parts. I'm not. I can't be placing all these orders with just like 1 or 2 parts. I'm looking for my roll of paper towels, which I know is down here somewhere because I moved it. Like, I moved it before the stream started. So, of course, I can't find it now. I know I had it down here. Alright, does anyone see the blue roll of paper towels that is obviously probably right in front of me that I can't see because I'm looking for it? Because I know I didn't run out. It is like... Oh, I know where they are. Actually, no. I had my other roll of blue paper towels in my hand before the stream. But that roll is not down here. Okay. I don't have what I need to try that, Jeremy. I don't really want to solder. I don't really want to solder. Well, actually, I don't really have a good place to solder. Solder to. So I haven't tried it yet. Because the thing is, the power from this power supply goes to multiple different points. and I don't want to hack up the wire harness because there's really not a lot of room to fix hacking it up to wire in a meanwhile. So yeah, June is like May Pro just spelled differently. Yeah, it's like June Pro. Oh, there is a couple things I can still do. So, all right. I just won't be able to test them tonight because. So, Jeremy, maybe if I continue to not get the order I'm expecting, I might see if I can't find some way to wire that meanwhile into. If there's a figure 8 power cord around, it could be tested perhaps. Oh, no, Jeremy, the problem is with trying to plug it into the Kaypro. So here's the connector. It's probably hard to tell on camera. These are not just like standard pins. This connector is like, I want to say this connector is like somewhere between $5 and $10. It's like ridiculous how much it costs. Anyways, so I think there's two 5-volt wires, which means they go to two different boards. There's common, which goes to at least two different points, if not more, because I think there's like two wires running out of each of these. 12 volts goes at least two places, but there's only one terminal. Negative 12 volts goes just to one place. And then ground, and then live and neutral. I don't really have a good way of, like, taking... I don't have any pins that would fit the power connector in the Kaypro, short of buying one of these connectors at, like, a ridiculous price, because no one uses them, so the price is ridiculous. I don't want to remove this connector. I do not want to risk damaging this, because these connectors are, like, ridiculously priced. Yes, I'm being very protectionist about this because I priced the connector. It's ridiculous because no one uses them. I guess I should be glad they still sell them in case I do manage to mangle it. But yeah, I haven't figured out a way that meets my level of risk tolerance to not destroying a ridiculously priced connector to attempt to wire another power supply into the Kaypro, which is Joe, I would only replace it with something different if I realize that this is not repairable, and I'm not at that point yet. After all, I just put like I think I just put like $30 of caps on this board, so I'm not deeming it not repairable just yet, because I think that's like $30 a caps. The spacing's different, Jeremy. I don't even have to look at it to tell. It's different. I mean, I can go grab it. Yeah, Joe. I don't, I didn't recap that board to just give up on it. I think I can repair it. Famous last words, but I think I can repair it. I know you all want to see me power up the Kaypro tonight, but I don't want to risk the like $10 connector. I mean, okay, maybe I'm remembering the price wrong, but that connector I sure thought was like $10. Because I know there is a good reason why I didn't just order one or two of them. And I think it's because it was, like, ridiculous how much they cost. Because, actually, I had this idea of, like, making an interposer board. So that I could put another power supply in, but not at, like, the $10 connector. Oh, when you said replace, you mean replace the PSU connector on the PSU with wires and your own Molex, then do the same thing on the PCB sides. Oh. Well, Joe, the problem is, there's the PCB side connector on the Kaypro. It's another one of those weird pin spacing connectors. There's not a Molex I can replace. I mean, yeah, I could get one of these connectors. They still sell them. It was a little cheaper for the made-in connector for this because it's only like 6 pins and not 20 pins. But, yeah, I didn't. But this connector here, because it's effectively a 20-pin connector with 10 of the pins removed, it was like... Actually, I think I only found the pin side of it. I don't think I found the other side of it. Throw wires in the holes, then connect a Molex on the end of that, hang it. I don't... I know what you're saying, Joe, and I don't have... Yes, it's arcade pin spacing. Yes, thank you. I knew there was somewhere else that used the pin spacing. Yeah, it's like 3.96 millimeters. Which in this case, because they removed every other pin, it's like 7.94 or something, or 7.92 or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Jeremy. It's 3.96 millimeters pin spacing. Yeah, it's arcade pin spacing. I knew they used it somewhere. But I don't have... They're pins, Rudy. They're just incredibly big pins. I don't have anything that mates with those pins. I have nothing that I can shove into the connector. I have nothing that I can put in the wiring harness on the Kaypro side that will actually make contact with the connector to make an adapter because the pins are such a weird size. I have nothing on hand. I could not find anything that didn't cost an arm and a leg. I gave up, yes. I know you all want to see the Kaypro power up. I was not able to find anything that was at a price I was willing to pay. At some point, I just had to, like, say, no, nope, not going to happen this order. I got other parts I need. I thought I would recap the Kaypro's main board. Well, Joe, I would love to make my own connector, but that's not going to happen in the next 48 minutes. Solder the Joe, I got... I can't just solder it to this PCB. It's got to... the power supply not only goes to this PCB, it goes to the analog board, it goes to the floppy drives. I need to... Ethernet cables, twist ties, speaker wire. I don't have any speaker wire. I don't think I have anything on hand to do this. Coat hangers. Oh, read the whole note. I'm joking, read the whole note. Oh. Sorry, Joe, when the chat goes... Oh, you can't even see... Yeah, when the chat goes like this, and while I'm reading the note, it makes it hard to read the last letters on the note. Yeah. I mean, seriously, I have an idea that I would like to do. I would... and it would involve me actually buying one of those $10 connectors. Which I didn't want to buy this month. I'd already bought enough parts for this Kaypro. But I would like to make, and I know people are going to call me crazy, much like the replacement TRS-80 Model 4 and 4P power supply, where there is a board that has the exact standoff locations, and it has the original wire harness, but it's a mean well or something like a mean well that gets mounted to it and wired to it. I'd like to do something like that for the Kaypro, where you can actually jam the new board in. If the standard factory wire harness plugs into it, and done you now just put a new power supply in your Kaypro, and you can still, if you ever give it, sell it, whatever, to someone who's more of a purist and they're like, original power supply or nothing, then you can remove it. You haven't damaged the original wiring harness. You haven't damaged the original power supply, and making a replacement board holder, you can put it back to the factory, but yet you're powering yours with a Meanwell. And it'd be a very simple board, too. It would just require me to make the board and put all the mounting holes and whatnot in the right place. Although at least the power connector location wouldn't be totally critical. And buy one of those absurdly priced power connectors. But that's only because I want to make sure I had one in case I managed to ruin the one on the power supply. Because I'd be okay with removing it if I was going to mount it somewhere else. But and then, yeah, just make, basically, and it wouldn't need to have anything other than that Meanwell, because there's a Meanwell that has the correct voltage rails. Oh, hey, Nick. And, Dave, welcome. Well, well, there are certain incentives in the world that would make me change my priorities to what to work on, but... Nick, TI-99 4A, first, I'd probably have to stare at 1 second. There are, oh, Thomas, there are no arcade shops around me. The closest one is probably in Northern Virginia. Which at that point, I might as well just order it. Or I either order it or wait until I'm in the area. I don't think there's any arcade shops in Charlottesville. I believe there is an arcade in Charlottesville, but not an arcade shop. Oh, yeah, Joe's Video Games. South Carolina, North Carolina. Oh, well, there might be in South Carolina or North Carolina, but, it's going to take more than an arcade connector to get me to drive to South Carolina or North Carolina. Yeah, that's close relative to British Columbia. Yeah, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, okay. I get the chance to meet LGR. Okay, that might do it. Figure out which thrift shops he shops at, and I go to him and maybe find something. Okay, maybe I'd make the trip to North Carolina for that. I'm not going to North Carolina just for an arcade connector, because I think I could probably go to Northern Virginia a little bit easier. Lions Arcade is in South Carolina, yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, I think there is one of those. I think, Chris, I think it might actually be a pinball arcade in Charlottesville. I know they've got one. And I think they do the same deal like they did there at Silver Ball. I think you pay like. Actually, I think I think they only have one admission price, and I think it's like all day. It's also like Silver Ball. I think you do have to pay for parking too. Yeah, where can you go nowadays in a city where you don't have to pay for parking? But yeah, I think there is a pinball arcade, and they may have more than just pinball, but I'm pretty sure there's one in Charlottesville. In fact, I think they recently moved to a bigger location, because I remember seeing it in the news. fact, I might have to investigate a little further because that might be handy to know, like, when they're open. Actually, Jeremy, Asheville, North Carolina is further away from me than you think. Um, and I only know that because my parents go to Asheville occasionally, and I looked it up on a map, and I realized that, yeah, they're a lot closer to Asheville than I am, because I basically would, I think I would basically have to drive to where they are and then go to Asheville. It's like almost that. Yeah, if I drive south, I get to Greensboro eventually. Asheville's like further west. Yeah. Again, that Arcade Electronics I ordered the NTE parts from. I think I really need to check because I think they may sell arcade parts. I think there might be something about their name a bit more than they're just called Arcade Electronics. So I may actually be able to order a connector from them if I really would look on their website. And they're in Alexandria. You saw exits to get to Asheville on your way to VCF East. Yeah, I'm sure you did. I mean, I could be wrong about where Asheville is in the state of North Carolina, but I'm pretty sure it is. I want to say it's like 4 or 5 hours from here, which is a bit further than I'd want to drive for an arcade connector. It's also probably a bit further than I'd want to drive to only visit Biltmore. But that was the only thing I was going to do. I don't know that I would drive that far just to go see Biltmore. I know it's probably a very nice house, but sometimes if you've seen enough old houses, then you've what else are you going to get from seeing another old house? Yes, I think archaeology is architecture is cool to some point, but I mean, I don't know. You know, it almost seems like I might have the wrong two pins for this capacitor because I. No. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, it's a 6 hour drive. Okay, I knew there was some reason why I would want to do more than just Biltmore to drive to Asheville. Actually, I did have the wrong pin. There we go. There we go. All right, so this is like a really weird Unicon capacitor. Unicon. Unicon. No, a pad didn't lift. It just the problem was I was trying to desolder these two holes, and I didn't realize they were on the same rail. No, the pad is not gone. I think the pad is still there. Oh, okay. Well, one of the pads is gone, but the thing is, those are two on the same rail. Yeah, these are both on the negative side. So yeah, I guess I did lose one of the pads, but it's not a problem. So yeah, I think I've seen that brand capacitor before, but it's not exactly on my list of approved capacitor choices. There we go. See? We're fine. Yes, I might have lifted one of the pads, but there's we're still good. Because that's negative, and this is positive. There we go. Problem solved. Also, word to the wise, anyone working on one of these boards, I'm not sure that Kaypro used the most quality circuit board, but given the state of the capacitors, I decided I would, especially when I remember I looked at this board and I'm like, well, that's a no-name brand capacitor. Oh, I did put the right capacitor back in its place. Yep, 10 volt, 47 microfarad. 10 volt, 47 microfarad, yep. Just double checking because of how small the modern capacitors are. Now eat the pad. Well, Joe, if I can find that pad that I lost, I will do something with it. Even if that something is re-lose it so that I don't have to eat it. I know, sometimes that could be no fun. I know. Oh, that pin is bent. Okay. There we go. All right. Add solder. Remove solder. There we go. That actually... There we go. That looks better. I think that'll come right out now. Nope. Okay, I'm glad there's only 2 electrolytics on this board. How they got away with so few, I don't know. There we go. And that smelled fishy. I think it's good that I'm replacing them. Because that smelled a little fishy. Yeah, there's only 2 electrolytics on this board. All the rest of them are ceramics. Oh, and there was a big ground plane. That's why I had so much trouble getting that off. And yes, if you're looking at that one chip that looks like it's got the bodge of the century on it, yeah, that's factory. I'll show it to you all here in a moment. There we go. All the rest of the capacitors on this board are ceramics. I kind of was surprised by that too, but whatever. I guess, I mean, really, these are rather simple computers. There we go. All right. Okay, 2 electrolytics. Done and done. 1 non-essential pad lost in the process. I didn't damage the bodge of the bodge of the last century. I mean, seriously. That's quite the bodge there. Instead of bodging the board, they bodged the chip. So this pin is lifted and connected to that pin, and yeah, and I don't... In fact, those wires look fragile enough, I don't even really know what chip that is. It looks like a 74 LS 390, maybe? Yeah. Anyways, there we go. Logic board recapped. Done. The ceramics look like they're in good shape. Yeah, it's actually over in the floppy drive controller area, so it's probably a mod for the floppy drive if I look at the schematic. There we go. All the other capacitors on here are ceramics. Every logic chip is socketed. I could start pulling them off and testing them, but I don't know. Anyways, there we go. Done. One of the capacitors did smell a little fishy, so... Well, I think any carnage I caused to that one pad was probably going to happen at some point anyways. Alright, let me just clean off the... I didn't add flux, but let me just kind of at least clean the parts of the board I worked on, because that's the way I do it. And I think I'm getting factory flux off in the process. In fact, actually, I may just... there we go. Yeah, I think I'm seeing the factory flux is kind of coming out. You know, I guess I could, I guess if I'm going to go through the trouble, I might as well just kind of maybe give this side of the board a little general cleaning. There's too much going on the other side. It's a little dusty. Actually, overall, I think that's fairly decent. So let me set that to the side. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You know, I removed those 2 capacitors. That one smelled a bit fishy, but I forgot to test them. I think that's the one that might have smelled a bit fishy. Well, actually, that probably still would have worked fine. 46 microfarad, 2.3 ohm ESR, yeah, that probably would have worked fine. Probably not a bad ESR for the type cap it is. And that type cap would be cheap. Oh, 47, yeah, okay. But I think one of these did smell a bit fishy, so... It probably had started to leak. Okay, the bodge was afterwards due to timing issues with the floppy drive. Okay. Alright, so I'll let the motherboard dry off, and then I'll put the back on it. Yes, Jeremy, I want to fix the original power supply if I can. I think it's possible. Basically, the thing is, the fix, if it's just an SCR, that's cheaper than a Meanwell. Although I've certainly spent more than a Meanwell in parts to try to be able to fix it during the same live stream, and well, that part didn't pan out. I think I'd been, if I had tried testing all the components and then ordered parts, then I would have probably just ordered an SCR and been done with it. Although maybe I'd replace the glass caps too, or the glass diodes. So, okay, so I'd ordered a few parts and the safety caps, and well, I'd recapped it. But yeah, if I had only ordered the part that I knew was bad, then I probably would have spent about the same as the Meanwell. But the way I would want to have fixed it with a replacement power supply is to not drill extra holes in the Kaypro. Because that is the one thing about that Meanwell power supply that everyone tells you to use. The holes don't line up. And I don't care if other people drilled holes in their computers back in the day. No. I'm not doing that. It might have been a period correct mod, but I'm not drilling holes in a computer now. Thomas rewound a pet transformer once. Once, that was way too many times, yeah. So, yeah, there's no graphics on the Kaypro. It's text only. I mean, I think CPM did eventually get graphics support, like, but it was like way too late in the game, and definitely not Kaypro era. I mean, it was. I do remember seeing something about that they did eventually add graphics support to CPM, but it was pretty much at that point too little, too late, because it was like I forget what the name of the standard was, but yeah, definitely in the era of the Kaypro. While Kaypro was making CPM machines, I do not believe there was a graphics standard for CPM. By the time there was, MS-DOS had pretty much solidified its position in the industry as the DOS. Oh, and I'm going to have more fun with spacers. Alright. In fact, I forget where I heard that, or it might have been a video I was watching on YouTube or something. One of the videos that I actually managed to watch recently, as opposed to one of the videos that I just simply added to my watch later to watch later whenever I get a chance. So, yeah, I think, yeah, there were graphics cards eventually, but and I guess the TRS-80 had graphics, but did the TRS-80 have graphics under CPM? A lot of the CPM machines did not have graphics, would probably be my answer to the quandary as to the Kaypro definitely didn't have graphics. I guess the thing about CPM graphics, from what I can tell, is the they would have been platform specific until the CPM graphics standard came out. So there we go. All right, well, at least the logic board is recapped. So those two no-name caps are gone. In their place are two Rubicon capacitors. The board's a little dusty. I think I might take some of this color coral universal dust cleaner here, and I think I'm going to need to get a new jar of it. After you open it, this stuff will eventually just degrade to where it's not useful. If CPM were circumvented, can you run something more useful? It depends on... I don't know if you can on the Kaypro. But there's no graphics hardware on the Kaypro. This Kaypro has no graphics capability. You would have to design a board that there's no connector for, so it'd have to go it'd probably have to go into the processor socket. And that would assume that there's enough room in this particular model Kaypro to even have that board. I know some of the other Kaypros had an expansion socket that you could probably more easily add a graphics card to, but this was the first Kaypro model. It's called the Kaypro 2, Roman numeral 2, not because it was second, but because they wanted it to seem, the name to sound like the Apple II. That is why they called it the Kaypro Roman numeral 2. The Kaypro numeral 2, I think, was not the second machine. I'm sure Joe is probably frantically typing corrections because I'm probably getting things half wrong, because this is my first CPM. Well, okay, this is my second CPM capable computer, but I've never run CPM before. I could run CPM on my TRS-80 Model 4P, but I haven't bothered to. And I guess technically, my Apple IIe is also CPM capable, but not natively, and I do not have a Z80 card, or a Z80 card for that matter, depending on what part of the world the card came from. I guess if it was from one of the Commonwealth nations, it would be a Z80 card for the Apple IIe. And if it's not from one of the Commonwealth nations, it's a Z80 card. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yes, Kaypro did make DOS machines too, but kind of rather late in the game. I think they were kind of late to that game, and there we go. That actually looks pretty good now that there's not as much dust on it. There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. How's that look? That looks good. All right. Kind of dusted. There, if I put that back in the case, I'll be happy. So there we go. We got the motherboard. It's recapped. The power supply is recapped. The only thing I haven't recapped is the analog board. But at some point, I'll probably pull it out to figure out what caps it needs. I'll probably do the TRS-80 Model 4P analog board at the same time, because I probably need to recap it too soon. Anyways, there we go. The SCR is on order. I'll, as soon as it comes in, I'll try it. One of these capacitors is not flush with the board like I want it to be. Let me fix it real quick. There we go. Hold on. Alright, let me move the motherboard. Yeah, this is one of the main caps on this power supply. They're the ones that I like to look a little better than this one did. So I'm going to reflow it here real quick. I'm adding flux. There we go. That's better. And I'll clean that off. All right. Some of the other caps, if they're not flush, well, I can only do so much for the caps that aren't exact fit caps, but these caps are actually the correct size, and I wanted them to look better. Adam's got millions of CPM cards for the 2E. I bet he does. And if I had a CPM card for the 2E, I would be crazy enough to try it. I might be disappointed in it, but I would be crazy enough to try it. There we go. All right. There we go. That looks good. Power supply. The caps look all nice and neat, so I guess I'll let that dry. And, all right. So I guess the next step is I gotta wait for my SCR to come in. Do I have the keyboard cable? You know, that would be... that is something I could work on. I'll work on it next time. All right, so what do I have, Rudy? So I think it was on the VCF forums. I did have to, so the keyboard for my Kaypro, if you remember when I unboxed it, this connector was broken. So luckily I found on the VCF forums this part that actually DigiKey still sells. That's actually the reason I ordered from DigiKey, was to get these as well as something else. So this is actually, should be the same connector that's on the keyboard, and it should even fit exactly in place. So there's my replacement keyboard connector. Now, the Kaypro did have a keyboard cable. However, it was looking a bit green on the end connectors. Luckily, on that same thread on the VCF forums, there was a part number that DigiKey also still sells for some coiled cables. And, Jeremy, the problem is not necessarily the connector. They're a 4-pin connector, whatever it is. The problem is the resistance of the cable. And a lot of the phone handset connectors, the gauge of the wire is too small, and you'll run into problems. These are the, have a larger gauge wire in them. These are the ones the VCF forum said to get, because they actually have like 26 gauge wire and not something smaller. So this cable should work in place of the one that has green ends that came with my Kaypro, because I wasn't sure I'd be able to get the contacts clean. So if this actually works, I will make sure that I'll try to remember to put a link to the VCF forum post where I found these parts. But I'll definitely confirm if the parts are correct. So I have a new cable, these 2 new cables. I went out and ordered 2. This is why I placed that order with DigiKey, was to get these, because Mouser didn't have these cables. And I don't think Mouser had these connectors either, but DigiKey had both these in stock. So there's so if anyone wants to know, there's the cable part I ordered. A1442R-07C-ND. And I want to say that ND is for North Dakota, because that's seemingly where DigiKey shipped this from. I think that might be their warehouse code. And then the keyboard connector is H11390-ND. And these came from DigiKey. I will confirm if those are the correct parts later. But, yeah. So, there's the labels. If anyone's curious. I will confirm parts, but if anyone's really desperate to order these, those are the parts. Yeah, and I could replace the ends on the old cable too, but there was a certain convenience to being able to order a direct replacement and it just work, because actually I ordered the slightly longer cable. So there's that. So I do have the original cable. The original connector for the keyboard is a goner. I won't be able to fix it, so I will have to install the replacement part. I'm glad I was able to order a replacement part. But yeah, I could replace the ends on the cable, that's for sure. So how did this stream end? So, power supply, gotta wait for the part that was back ordered to come in, but it's otherwise everything should be good to go. Motherboard, got the 2 capacitors replaced. I have parts to repair the keyboard, but that's not gonna happen in 10 minutes, so I guess that'll happen next time. I may, since I'd like to finish this in May, I may stream next Tuesday, since it will still be May on Tuesday. I may do something wild and crazy and stream twice next week. Maybe. We'll see. But I'm thinking I may... Oh, and I did realize... Hey, Mikey, welcome. I saw you pop into the chat there. So I may stream twice next week. One on Tuesday for the Kaypro if parts come in. And then... Well, Jeremy, that's why I shared the parts, but I will verify that they're actually correct. But also, if someone actually knows more about SCRs than I do, and you actually know of a part I can get from a vendor, even though I declared that I really don't want to order any more parts from vendors, I could change my mind later in the week, depending on if Arcade Electronics actually ships my order in the next day or two. And maybe what I might be able to find in terms of like roofing nails and other large pins to cobble something together that are like way too large. And I hope you realize I'm being sarcastic about roofing nails. Yeah. Because I really would like to get the Kaypro powered up for May, but I didn't have tonight what I needed, because I sure thought that PNP transistor was the bad item, and boy, did that turn out to be wrong. So, good night, Rudy. So, anyways, yes, might stream twice next week, because, well, I'd kind of like to get the Kaypro done for May, but then I think I had something in mind I wanted to start working on for June. Thomas, the SCR failed the test I found online. Basically, the, well, if I can find the SCR, because I keep, oh, there it is. So what did the SCR do? Let me look. So I found a description on how to test an SCR. So it said to check the diode action between the gate and the cathode. And between the gate and the cathode, I have a voltage drop in both directions. So that right there, I believe, is incorrect. Then it said to check the resistance between the anode and cathode, and that it should show open circuit, but it wasn't exactly showing open circuit. It was a resistance in the mega ohms. And then it told me that I should connect the anode and gate to the multimeter positive lead, and that would turn the SCR on, but it seems like the SCR anode and gate are like they're not shorted, but they're an awfully low resistance. It was like 90 ohms. So anyways, I think the yeah, Mikey, what I might do is replace the end connectors because yeah, I don't know that I'd be able to clean that corrosion off the original cable, but if it hasn't gone far enough, I should be able to cut the connector off and repair it, but that would require me to order connectors. Repair the Trident cards in June. Yeah, at some point I will, but yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to live stream repairing the Trident cards, but I probably will because getting videos out is harder than just live streaming. No, actually, I have like 2 or 3 computer cases. I have 2 computer cases that you haven't seen on the stream yet. I kind of would like to maybe put the computers together because I'm tired of having all these motherboards with nowhere to go. It is possible that one of those cases is in my way upstairs because it arrived today. It's possible one of the other cases is sitting to the side because it needs work that I probably will do off stream because it some of the work it needs rust removal. But I one of the things that's in my bag of parts that I set over at the Blue Scuzzies are I'm not going upstairs for the case, Jeremy, tonight. You'll just have to wait. I would love to sneak peek that, but I am not going upstairs for that case because it is almost midnight and I am only going upstairs once. But I will sneak peek something else that won't require me to go upstairs. Actually, I'll sneak peek more than one thing. So other things I have that I would like to work on sometime is, oh, let me change camera views. All right. So what might Justin have otherwise? Oh, actually, I might be able to sneak peek something. Oh, actually, it's just beside me. Okay, so one thing I have, and this might make certain audience members happier than others. Although I think you can use these on more than Macs. Actually, you can. Ooh, look at this. Wow, look at that. Can you look at that lovely board here? And by the way, I am very glad that I didn't have to solder these little resistors. Because those are like really, really tiny resistors. But yeah. And actually, as you might can tell by my little roll-o bubble wrap, that there is more than one of those in this roll-o boards. In fact, actually, I could probably give you a hint. Okay, that's a bad hint. That's a hint for something completely different. That's a bad hint. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, be ready. Okay, there, hint over. All right. Yeah, that's birdseed, all right. All right, what else do I have in here? Okay, I did show you all the, all right, so I got these adapter boards. Let me see if I can find the correct two things here, because actually I am curious how well they fit. Because I didn't order the connectors that the open source project recommended because they were recommending some of the more expensive versions for no apparent rhyme or reason, even though the cheaper ones have the same exact pinouts, and the only difference seemed to be that superficial qualities. Oh no, Jeremy. I think if you scroll back, I am pretty sure that the hint, it was a hint on how many boards were in that roll of boards, not so I'll give you a hint, Jeremy. If you think the part that was that I was showing was important, no, that wasn't the hint. Anyway, so there we go. I think that is the correct connector. I don't think this is the one that I ordered a cheaper version of, because actually I think this was like, it wasn't the cheapest, but it was like so close to the cheapest one. I was like, okay, I'm not going to try. I am less sure of what that one should be. I'm not going to save a few cents by ordering the wrong connector, but yeah, okay, so that's right. So basically, that plugs into there. Which Mac logic board this is not really important. What's important is it uses the same power connector as a bunch of others. So excellent. This power connector is correct. And then hopefully what I'm going to find is that this connector, which I think is the one I ordered a slightly cheaper version of, because I thought it was ridiculous how much the connector was that the project recommended, when Molex makes a bunch of styles of these. Let me see, where's the closest ATX power supply? Oh, yeah, one of the ATX power supplies I normally use is actually in a computer now for good. Okay, I know I've got another ATX power supply floating around here somewhere, or an adapter for one. Alright, hold please. Because I'm kind of curious if these are the right connectors. Alright, I think I've got... never mind the flying things. Okay. Actually, uh-oh. Did I goof? Oh, no, okay. That's correct. Yeah, okay. Because this doesn't separate, I can't push this in all the way, but it is, this is the correct connector for the first 20 pins of an ATX power connector. Okay, so I did order the correct thing. So anyways, yeah, power adapter boards. So that's cool. So I think basically this goes in here like this, but I don't want to push it in. And then this will go like this. And then there's a few surface mount components that goes here to convert the power signal. I could probably use some more ATX power supplies, Jeremy. That would be something I would definitely consider as needing. Because I've got one that should be floating around here somewhere that I probably just... Oh, I see it. I moved it off the workbench because it was in the way. Okay. Oh, yeah. And then, oh, and then the one other thing that I'm going to hint at, and then I'll call the stream to an end. Let me see here. So let me move this out of the way. And let me see, set this aside. All right, let me move these completely out of the way so that they're not in the danger zone. What is the danger zone? Well, that's where I either set them on something that I don't really want to set a non-anti-static bag on. Also, if someone knows a part number for ATX keyboard connectors, I could use one. I've got DIN connectors that seem to look the same, but the reinforcement spacing's wrong. But anyway, so here's this. At first glance, you might be saying, well, I mean, it looks fine other than you've removed the keyboard connector and, well, the ROM window appears to be uncovered, although in reality it's because it seems like the metallic backing on this label has gone away, even though the label's still there, which is really weird. The keyboard BIOS chip, this will probably start to tell you that something's amiss, because the keyboard chip is green. Oh. Oh yeah, that's right. There was an auction that I was thinking of attempting to snipe. But I'm not sure I'm going to. Well, I still have 5 minutes to decide. I don't know how much those adapters cost because I haven't put one together to figure out what they cost. The boards were cheap. The Molex power connectors, I think, are like $10 to get the ones I ordered. Those are like the most expensive part, and then there's a couple surface mount components that are like dirt cheap. The Molex connectors are the most expensive part at like, I want to say $10 because they're Molex connectors. But anyways, so you're probably this is to kind of show you what this motherboard. So if you're thinking that the socket that the keyboard BIOS was in looks just a bit busted, yeah, that's because all those pins that you don't see literally came out with the keyboard BIOS chip. So that socket needs to be replaced. You see my blue marks? Well, there might be a reason those blue marks are there. You can take a guess as to why. I think there's a few more blue marks somewhere on the back of the board. But actually, I mean, you probably could take a good guess as to what happened to this board. And in fact, I think the sim sockets are trashed. I'm going to have to order sim sockets, probably. I don't even know why I'm even thought about trying to save this board again. But anyways, I'll have to get you a better cost, Jeremy, because I only ordered enough to... I ordered enough surface mount components to build all the boards. I only ordered enough Molex connectors to build one, because that's how expensive the Molex connectors were. I was not willing to buy enough to build all 5 of the boards that I have without making sure I had the right part, because that... Yeah, because I was trying to be a little more frugal. But anyways, so there is a reason why I ordered ISA connectors from Mouser. You know, Amphenol still makes these. I think these were actually cheaper than the Molex connectors for my ATX power adapter. If that is as weird as it sounds, I think these were cheaper. It does look like I managed to find the correct parts. Notice how the new edge connectors are shinier and less green than the original connectors on this board. I am probably crazy for trying to repair this thing, but I ordered edge connectors because I think I'm going to challenge myself just to see if I can repair this board, even though it's really nothing special. In fact, I'm not even sure this... Actually, you know, it might do right back. Actually, I think it might do right back caching. I am probably crazy. I will probably destroy this board trying to fix it. Well, the thing is, by ordering replacement slots, just by finding the new connector and getting the right part, it does open up options for not trying to preserve these to get them out in an attempt to maybe remove them and clean them. Actually, this one's trashed anyways. The pins are bent. I'm going to challenge myself to repair this, even though I think in reality I'd probably be served by just a working 486 board. But this, as you probably guessed, if anyone's wondering, this board actually suffered a double whammy. That not only did the Varda go off, but I think it got water damaged. These sim sockets are probably trash. I just forgot to even look and see what Mauser had. The thing is, though, if I can repair this board, then I got a 486 board. If I cannot repair this board, I am at least going to take this socket and repair another board with the socket. Well, assuming the socket actually is... Yeah, I think the socket's working. I figured first I can see if I can even... Well, I guess the one thing is, the card edge connectors, there is another reason why I ordered. This one's fine. This one's green. This one's green. There is a reason why I ordered two 16-bit edge connectors. And that's because of my other 486 board. It's got one green connector on it. It's also in much better shape than this board, so I think I can actually... I think I have a better chance of actually removing the ISA connector from it without really damaging the board. I mean, it's going to be a little harder to... I got to be careful because of the close proximity, but... So this is my 486 board, the first one I had on the channel. And these pins here are green, like the first couple pins. I think in reality it might be fine to leave it, but I thought I'd really, really, really like to replace that connector so that you could actually use the slot, and because it's really hard to get all the green out. But this board's a much better quality board, and I think I actually can probably get this out without collateral damage if I use the chip quick. But I guess the other reason why I'm going to try to repair this one board is because it'll let me practice removing an ISA connector. Because if I can't get the ISA connector out of this board here successfully, then I'm not even going to try to fix that other 486 board. I'll just basically have a 486 board that I have a slot that is off limits. Or, but if I can get the ISA connectors off of this board without completely damaging the board using the low melt chip quick method, and possibly some hot air to kind of help, then I thought it'd be cool to try to repair this. I mean, honestly, is this board really that special? Well, the only real special thing about it is, and this is the last hint. So I did say I wasn't going to go upstairs to grab the case that's upstairs. But I will, well, no, actually, oh, actually, I don't know if this makes that board special or not, but here's your hint. There's the processor that was in it. Yeah, it's a Visa Local Bus board, but like, this is the original case. It's the original hard drive. It's the original processor. And no, I don't know if that hard drive works, but that's the original hard drive. This is a DTK. It's from a DTK computer. That's the DTK case. This is the DTK motherboard. Oh yeah, right there. I just realized that you might have actually seen it if I don't know how visible it was or if you'd known to look, but yeah. It's the DTK motherboard that was in it. That's the original hard drive because it's got the little DTK like price tag style label on it. The processor's got the DTK price tag style label on the bottom of it. I think that processor is, and it's a 486DX, I know that much. I believe it is the 486DX50. I think it might be the DX50. Although my quick glance at the jumpers. Oh yeah, that's right. You got to refer to the So while this board has the cache jumpers silk screened on the board, I actually haven't looked at the manual to see what it's jumpered for, because it just tells you here's all the jumpers. See the manual. I'm like, oh, thanks DTK, you're the greatest. Make me look the manual for the CPU jumpers. I think it's a DX50. I can't tell because the heatsink's like permanently attached and it says 50 on the bottom. It could be a DX250. I haven't bothered to look the manual to see what this is jumpered for because there's like 20,000 CPU jumpers on this board. But yeah, it is a VESA local bus board. So, I mean, that is somewhat special. The case does belong to the case. This is the actual motherboard that was in it. I'm pretty sure it is matching. I'm pretty sure the warranty's void, even though this the sticker on the bottom of it somehow, the warranty void sticker somehow managed to make it through my ultrasonic cleaner. Somehow. That's why some of the traces look as weird as they do. I did sand some of them off. I was trying to figure out how far gone it was before I ordered ISA connectors. But yeah, anyways, that's another hint. I got this board. It the worst I can do is mess it up more. Because it's got damaged traces. It's got a damaged socket. I think the RAM sockets are trashed. But if I can get the ISA slots off, if I can get the RAM slots off, without any extra collateral damage, then I'll order 72-pin SIM sockets. I got the ISA slots because I can always use those. And I'll try to fix the broken traces because there's like let's see, I think I found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there's like a dozen broken traces that I found. But some of them are like just vias. I think some of them I marked the via and the trace, so it's like fixing one will fix both. But it's like about a dozen things to fix. Moo gun is a must for that repair. Well, my moo gun has not been working right lately, so I'm actually gonna try. I'm gonna try the chip quick method. So basically, that'll replace the solder with low melt, and then hopefully get the connector to just fall out. Because I know I'm gonna have to add solder to some of these solder joints because I can tell just looking at them that they've turned into something that's not going to remove easily, even with the moo gun. So I am going to have to. Well, it's a risky repair as much as I need to remove, because I think really this slot I think needs to come out because it's bent in a way that it potentially could be shorting, although I could maybe push it out of place. But these really need to be removed because the damaged traces are like right in here. So these need to be inspected for damage under them. This socket has to come out because it's gone. It just like tore right out. And the RAM sockets ideally need to be replaced because the RAM that was in this computer is trash. Um, yeah, I cut the old socket up. Yeah, I can remove them in pieces. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with my Moo gun. It probably is the hand piece. So, anyways, I got anyways, I'm probably crazy. Yeah, the RAM that was in here is trash. I did send it through the ultrasonic cleaner just to see what condition it would be in after a cleaning to see if it was even worth repairing. And basically it's like in the bottom of my scrap pile. I looked at the edge connector on it after it came out of the ultrasonic cleaner and out of the vinegar just to even see what condition it was in, and I took one look at it and I said I have too many 72 pin sims to even bother thinking about fixing this, and I scrapped it because it was like that's how far gone the RAM was. I was like, I am not going to fit. It was like, I think half the pins on both sides were like gone and traces were gone. I'm like, there are too many 72 pin sims in this world still that are probably better ones than this one. I am not even going to bother. Yeah. Okay. So there's one original part that's not going back in the system. It's that sim socket. However, the network card that was in the computer, the Visa Local Bus IO card, and the I'm rolling over bubble wrap. Whatever the other card that was in it, I forget what it is right offhand. Those actually cleaned up quite nicely. One of the cards has a few traces that are iffy, but I think they're repairable. The sim, though, I was like, nope, sorry. Oh yeah, there was one other thing before I end the stream. And mainly it's because I want to pull it. This didn't even make it to my. Actually, I said this went in my scrap pile. This actually went straight in the trash. That's how bad it was. So, anyways, the last thing here, and this is my tale of why some power supplies in some computer cases make me wonder how in the world we ever got out of the early 2000s and late 90s with computers. Anyways, so this was in the case I got for my Pentium 2 system. Nice LNC Technology Incorporated switching power supply model LC-300 ATX. I guess these specs are correct. I do admire them for having -5 and -12 volts on their ATX power supply. Actually, Jeremy, the NIC that came out of that computer is not the one that had damage, I believe. Yeah, so this power supply was made in March of 2003. By the way, this thing can't weigh more than like minus the wires, which I think are horribly undersized. This thing can't weigh more than like 2 ounces. I mean, this thing is so ridiculously lightweight. So if you're wondering why in the world I would not repair or even try to recap a vintage power supply, half the weight of it's the metal case. This is how I don't know how we ever left the early 2000s with some computers. I think the only reason this thing survived is because no one used the case. Observe! The fan actually spins, but it's probably so cheap it's noisy. Oh, looky here. It's a position for an X1 class cap. Not populated. Yeah, looky here. This is a wonderful, Anyone recognize that manufacturer mark? Because it looks like the planet Saturn, but I'm not aware of a planet Saturn with a T on it that's kind of sideways. I'm not aware of a capacitor company that ever used that logo. Not to mention, this is a worldwide power supply, and these are 200 volt rated, so that's suspect. Um, yeah. They used separate diodes instead of a bridge rectifier, which is a little weird. The fuse is soldered onto the board, and that's assuming it's actually soldered to anything that's using it. These other capacitors are like, yeah, these have a gold on their label, but I bet they're equally as no name. They're definitely not Nichicon golds, I'll tell you that. Yeah, this thing is like so lightweight. This looks lovely here. I don't even know what this is. It's like antenna ears. Is this like some TiVo logo in the power supply? I don't know. This thing is like, yeah, this is Justin condemned it because this is like, yeah. How did we ever leave the 2000s? Yeah, the SCR might be good. That's assuming I can figure out which one is the SCR. Yeah, actually that would be really funny if I realized the SCR was the one I needed. Oh, actually, this component here is actually a Fairchild semiconductor, assuming it's actually a legitimate Fairchild semiconductor. These two are like, there's no brand marking on them. This is I think that's a SK0309, or is it a 2N600? I can't tell. There's one of those dual diodes. It's a MOS spec. Actually, I don't even. Oh, those are diodes. I don't know if there's an SCR in here. Quite honestly. Yeah. The wires might be good for low power projects. Yeah. Considering. Oh wait. Actually, they are rated. Here we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's just say that if I tried to oh yeah, this seriously, this is bad. I think this wire is as bad as I think it is. Okay. Now for something that'll really keep a electrical person up at night. Yeah, this is like an excellent closing thought to a live stream. Actually, no. Okay, so this wire. Oh, okay, it actually is 80 degrees C rated. Okay, I thought that was a 6. 60 degrees would have been a bit low. I mean, assuming it's actually 80 degrees C rated, that's not too bad. Maybe. Whoops, sorry. 300 volt. Okay, that's not, for DC wire, that's not too bad, although considering it's a worldwide power supply, I kind of like it a little better. 20 gauge, though, is just a bit thin, considering I think a good power supply would probably use 18 gauge wire there at least. And yeah, that's 20 gauge. Oh, this is 20 gauge wire. So yeah, there you go. Although I will give them credit, it does appear as if there actually is a 5 volt, potentially 5 volt power coming from something in here. Beats me what? But yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, 300 volt. Yeah, honestly, if I were designing a power supply that would plug into 240 volts, I would probably want 600 volt rated wire, because you want to make sure it could withstand a if the DC wires happen to touch something that was live AC, you want some margin there. So yeah, I would use 600-volt wire. I would also have used like at least probably at least 350, 350 to 380-volt main filter caps, not 200-volt. Because this does have a switch for 115 and 240, whatever the switch does. I'm not even sure the switch does anything. Also, I probably would have maybe put a little more quality into it so this thing didn't feel like you could shove it in a first-class envelope and mail it. Because seriously, this thing is so light, especially with the cover off of it, that I almost feel like I could shove this in an envelope and mail it. I mean, it would take a couple of stamps, but yeah. Oh yeah, and 14 gauge wire minimum. Well, depending on where the wiring is. Yeah, for this connector, probably 14 gauge. For maybe well, okay, and as many connectors as are on these, yeah, probably 14 gauge there too. But yeah, yeah, 20 gauge is definitely too small. 14 gauge is probably closer to what it should be. Depending on what you're doing, you could maybe get away with 18 on some of these wires. I mean, okay, maybe 20 gauge for the -5 and -12 are okay because they're only rated at half an amp. But prove to me that this thing would actually current limit those to half an amp. I mean, there's like no chance I'm going to even plug this thing in. Oh, and yeah, there's so much shmoo in here over all these caps that there's no way I could tell if any of these are leaking. And I know they're underrated. I'm like, nope, 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 nope. I mean, I might salvage some of these wires because these wires are actually better than some of the cheap adapters I've bought off Amazon now. Because these actually could potentially be well, okay, I don't think they're Molex brand, but they do actually seem to be better than the cheap Molex adapters you get off Amazon now. So I may actually keep these to fix something that's not a high current need item. But yeah. Yeah. This is like, yeah. How did we ever leave the early 2000s with computers? This is actually one of those power supplies that make me think back to all those articles that I've seen on Ars Technica and Tom's Hardware Guide and those sites and AnonTech where where basically the people are saying that, yeah, we got this case, we built our computer, used the power supply that came with it, we powered it up for the first time, and kaboom, and we opened the thing up and it looked horrifically cheap. So on that happy, joyous note of how not to destroy your vintage computer build by using the power supply that spared every expense, and then some, stick with a better ATX power supply for your retro builds. Yeah. Yeah, and that is true, Thomas. Just because it's a name brand power supply doesn't guarantee it will be any better. Because they can cut the same corners too. And with that, I am going to call the stream to an end. So until next time, I take care, and we'll see you later. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support, I hope to see you next time, and until then, take care!